Okay, John.
Okay, everybody, we're going to start the meeting. Welcome. This is the December 8th, 2022 Town of Fishkill Planning Board meeting, and we're calling the meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. Would everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Just a reminder, silence your cell phones, please. And also, all of us should remember to speak into the microphone so that everybody can hear. See, Felix Lopez indicated that he would not be able to attend tonight's meeting, so I'd like to appoint Vijay Gopal S. Kilambi as a voting member for tonight's meeting. Also, Jody Burka indicated that she would not be able to make it, and so we're going to have a total of 6 voting members tonight. Let's see. I also understand that Kevin O'Connell was appointed as an alternate member at last night's town board meeting. Is Kevin in the audience by any chance, or not? I thought maybe he might show up, but it doesn't look like he has, and so I think he's going to be joining us for his first meeting in January. So congratulations to Kevin on that. Okay, we've got 2 public hearings tonight. The first one is for the Foam and Wash amended site development plan, and I'll read the public hearing notice. At 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, applicant seeks approval for a site development plan amendment to demolish the existing motor vehicle service portion of the structure and to construct a new touch-free wash tunnel. The site work includes improvements to the car wash, vehicle queuing, automated pay stations, and additional parking and vacuum bays. The parcel is identified as tax map parcel number 615604828158, consists of 1.15 acres, and is located at 778 Route 9, approximately 2,000 feet north of the intersection of Route 9 and Route 52, on the east side of Route 9 in the general business zoning district. Would someone like to make a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
That was Fred moving it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes 6-0. Okay. Welcome. Maybe if you could just give us a few words to let the public and the audience to know what the proposal is all about.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Jay Deasing with Maury Architects. As the chairman mentioned, our project involves essentially removing the former oil change portion of the building, which was on the south side, and where we're going to be constructing a new touch-free car wash bay in its place. The existing car wash tunnel on the north side of the building is going to remain. So the traffic flow on the site essentially will also remain the same. We enter off of Route 9 at the existing curb cut. Customers would circle around the building and either enter the touch-free or the soft cloth tunnel car wash. There will be automated kiosks where they can choose the type of car wash they want and pay there. Then after using the car wash, they would exit and be able to use vacuums along the Route 9 side. There's existing vacuums there that are going to be replaced with the new arch-style vacuums, and then we're also adding vacuums on the south side of the building. Also mentioned that we're modifying the exit curb cut there to make it a little bit easier for traffic to leave. So we'll ease that radius, make it a little bit larger, and that should improve the traffic flow. So the facade of the building is also going to receive an upgrade. And down here. So the existing stucco that's on the building now is going to be covered with a new pattern of metal panel siding. So it's going to be in that blue, gray, and red color that you see there, very similar to the foam and wash that we recently renovated up in the village of Wappingers Falls. And then other than that, we're going to be upgrading the landscaping on the site. We're maintaining those street trees out by Route 9, and then we're supplementing and installing new landscaping throughout, and paving and restriping the site. Also just want to mention, as we discussed at our last meeting, we added a electric vehicle charging station on the site, and then we also are indicating that we're going to install sidewalks at the front of the Route 9 side of the site, and if the other neighboring parcels do the same. So we added that notation to the plan. And that's basically a summary of our project.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, at this point, I'd like to ask if there are people in the public who would like to speak at tonight's public hearing. Just raise your hand just so we can see if there are any. Okay, so it looks like one probably. Well, I will go ahead and read the rules of conduct for public hearings then, and this will also apply to the second public hearing tonight. Speakers are asked to come to the podium and identify themselves so that their name may be entered into the record. Speakers are limited to one turn at the microphone. Speakers are limited to no more than 4 minutes. There will be a warning when there is 1 minute left. Speakers should provide only new or different information or commentary. Repetitive comments made previously or at prior meetings are not allowed. Speakers are encouraged to submit their comments in writing so that they can summarize their comments during the hearing. Comments are limited to matters involving the business before the board, that is, the particular application under review at this hearing. Verbal interruptions, shouting or other outbursts, as well as slanderous or obscene language, or making signs with body or face are prohibited, and no speaker shall make any personal attacks on anyone. And I won't read the last one for now. So again, I think we're ready to start receiving public comments or questions. So yes, sir, if you wanted to speak, why don't you come up to the podium, please?
Hi, my name is William Laham. I reside at 1 Court Lane, Fishkill. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to come here tonight and for the openness of all your meetings and your availability for the public. It's much greatly appreciated. Can you just tell me exactly the location of the right and the left of this car wash, which is now exists? Can they tell me
Well, let's see.
what's to the right and the left of it? North and south?
Yeah, well, to the south is the Mavis Tire Company, so that's, I think, as much as we need to locate it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry, Fred, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Fred, I didn't hear you.
To the left is a vacant lot. That's to the north?
It's a wooded lot.
Well, to the north of it.
To the
Right.
north.
It's a wooded lot.
So this is my question. My property is adjacent, it's a residential, adjacent to that vacant lot. Ergo, anything that occurs by Mavis or Foam and Wash has a direct impact on the lot which I live on and the quality of life I have, i.e., there is numerous times throughout the entire summer and so on between Mavis and Foam and Wash that you can't hear very much of anything other than Bay 5, car, and I've asked them to lower their microphones to no avail. They said they have no control over these things, that it is under the control of the supervisory personnel not on site. So this has been an ongoing scenario. My concern for the structural thing here is as follows. Every time either Mavis or Foam and Wash have in fact done anything at these locations from the initial erection of the sites, there was a water table problem, i.e., the back of my property, which runs about 240 feet from residence into the woods, is now halfway submerged whenever it rains. There's an aquaflow which goes from where the Fishkill Rural Cemetery is to the back of the property, underneath where Foam and Wash and Mavis are, both have been disturbed by that, thus altering the saturation rate within the ground and therefore impacting on the land which I live on and my neighbors. I have numerous photos and timestamps on these things. So basically, my questions for this particular request for either development and or expansion is, will this site development plan expand existing structure or paved areas such as parking lot spaces and or parking lot, thus impacting on ground saturation? Will blasting be required to redo this structure in any facet, whether foundationally or for additional units? Is there going to be an impact on the existing underground waterway, which I previously mentioned? How will the water waste overflow and runoff be removed and or collected? Remember, all of our residents are on well and septic. So our wells must be safeguarded. It is our drinking and living water. Was there a pipe system, or is this going to be an open environment collection system for the wastewater overflow and runoff? And lastly, how will the pollutants, the wastewater, the wax, the soap, the salting, etc., be properly and safely collected and or processed? Those are my concerns, beside the ones which I mentioned about quality of life. So I'd like to submit this to you guys just for your consideration. I'm sure that the board has already thought of these things, but as a resident of Fishkill, an environmental conserved person, and it is my home, my economy, and my family that will be impacted. Thank you.
Could you give that to Debbie? Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this proposal tonight?
Nobody on this side.
All right, I don't see anybody else who would like to speak. All right. Well, let me ask planning board members first. We've had one speaker and a number of questions that were raised. What do you think about closing the public hearing tonight?
I have no problem with that.
I wouldn't have any issue with closing the public hearing tonight. I think some good comments were provided, and ones that we could talk about later during the project review, but I don't necessarily hear anything that would give us cause to keep the hearing open longer.
How about you, Ronnie?
Yeah, I agree with Anthony. I mean, yeah, there's no need to keep the public hearing open.
Bob? EJ?
No problem.
Let me go to our consultants and just ask whether, as Anthony mentions, these might be things we can bring up under the project review, and then we can always ask the applicant to respond to the questions, after the meeting breaks and you have a chance to think about them, you can submit them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think the applicant would have any issue addressing those comments during the project review.
Mm-hmm. Dominic, any thoughts?
No issue with closing the public hearing.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to close this public hearing?
I shall do so.
Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Bob. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the public hearing is closed. 6-0 is the vote. And again, we will continue discussion on the application a little bit later on the agenda for under project reviews.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our second public hearing tonight is 453 U.S. Route 9 and CHI Acquisitions LLP, Site Development Plan, Floodplain Development Permit, Freshwater Wetlands Watercourse Water Body Permit, and Subdivision. at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. Applicant seeks the following approvals and permits for the projects known as 415, 453 U.S. Route 9 and CHI Acquisitions LLP, located at 415 to 453 U.S. Route 9, which is the Duchess Mall property. Tax map parcel number 625500060339, consisting of 39.3 acres in the planned shopping center zoning district. I won't read all the parts, but this is broken up into 4 segments. Site development plan approval is one of the applications. Floodplain development permit is another. Freshwater wetland watercourse water body permit is the third aspect, and subdivision approval to subdivide the 39.3 acre parcel into 2 lots. Proposed Lot A will be used for a 350,166 square foot warehouse building, and proposed Lot B is for a future development to consist of 10.4 acres. Is there a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
I second.
Robbie seconds it. And any further discussion on that opening? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the public hearing is opened by a vote of 6-0. Welcome.
Okay.
And so if you could just give a very brief overview of the proposal for the benefit of the public, that would help.
Absolutely. Thank you. For the record, Jennifer Gray from the law firm of Keen & Bean, here on behalf of the applicant CHI Acquisitions. I am joined tonight by Brad Vandervliet and Connor Yeager from CHI Acquisitions, as well as Franz Lacke, professional engineer from SESI Consulting Engineers, our project engineering team. Amanda LaRosa, our traffic engineer from Stonefield, as well as Sean Nager, our project architect from M&H Architects. We do have a brief presentation prepared that will give an overview of the project for the benefit of members of the public that may not have been following along with the several times that we've appeared before the board over the past couple months.
Great.
I just want to mention briefly, we understand and respect the location of this site and the fact that it is located in an area that has been designated in your comprehensive plan as really a gateway to the town. So we have recognized that, we've respected that. We believe that we've proposed some very nice architecture for the proposed building, which we'll go through in our brief presentation. There have been sidewalks proposed as a result of the application and a fairly robust landscaping plan, all with that respect in mind for the location of the site as a gateway to the town. CHI is pleased to bring the site back to productive use. It's long been sort of a dilapidated, abandoned, moribund site. So we are pleased to be able to bring this back to productive use, which should bring some additional tax dollars to the town and make the site maybe just a little bit more attractive. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Franz Lacke from SESI Engineering to start us off with a brief presentation, and you'll also be hearing from our architect and our traffic engineer as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Franz Lacke. I'm from SESI Consulting Engineers. I'm the site civil engineer for this project. And I'm here to give another brief overview on the project as a whole. So the project is located at 415 Route 9 in Fishkill, Dutchess County Mall site. It's a 39.3 acre site that we're proposing to subdivide into two sites. A larger 28.9 acre Lot 1 and 10.4 acre Lot 2. Lot 2 is in the front of the site, which will remain undeveloped at this time. The focus of this proposal, this site plan here, is on Lot 1, which is 28.9 acres. So as many of you know, the existing site is the old Dutchess County Mall facility. It's in a state of abandonment and needs to be redeveloped. We have some existing pictures of the site. You can see there's missing pieces of building, broken windows, pavement is broken up. Just go through here. Here's the proposed subdivision. We've got Lot 1 in the rear is where our proposed building will be. Lot 2 will remain vacant and will not be owned by this applicant. Our proposed warehouse. This here is a colored site plan of our facility. We're proposing a approximate 350,000 square foot warehouse with loading in the front and the rear, the east and the west of the property. We have parking on either end, the short ends of the building, the north and the south, along with proposed office buildings on the northeast and southeastern corners. We have proposed to bring those towards the front, towards Route 9, to provide a nice architectural feel to it. We have 215 proposed parking spaces, including adequate ADA spaces, and we're proposing 6 electric vehicle ready charging stations, one of which will be an ADA accessible. We are proposing sidewalks along Route 9 per the request of the board here, along with bike racks at both corners of the building near the offices. We have increased the landscaping to provide a more robust landscaping plan, especially along Route 9, providing a series of deciduous and evergreen trees of a variety of species. We plan everything to be native and non-invasive species. We're providing LED lighting throughout the site to adequately light the site. It is all compliant with the ordinance. Overall, this is a general quick overview of our site plan. Open for any questions. I'll introduce our traffic engineer. Will speak more on the traffic for the site.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Amanda LaRosa with Stonefield Engineering. My firm is the traffic consultant for the applicant. My firm has prepared a traffic impact study and a traffic signal warrant analysis in connection with this development. This study considered a total of 6 intersections along Route 9, the 3 driveways of the Duchess Mall, and then the 3 intersections that form the on and off ramps from I-84, which are of particular interest because of the truck traffic that we intend to draw from the interstate. We have issued 2 revisions to these reports in response to comments from both the board's reviewer and the New York State DOT, who does have some jurisdiction over this project. They maintain jurisdiction over Route 9 and ultimately do control the entire access plan for the development. Our report does conclude that there are no significant impacts associated with this development. Route 9 is more than adequate to handle the traffic that we're forecasting for this development, and the location near the interstate, I would say, is pretty prime for this type of development. We did respond to comments from this board. We issued response letters in September, October, and November, and we are in receipt of the most recent comment letter, which indicates that there are no further comments, so we are very glad to have worked together. And then regarding off-site improvements related to traffic, I'd like to just briefly tell you guys what we're doing. I know the board is already familiar, but for the public's benefit, we are proposing a deceleration lane at the southern entrance, which you'll see conceptually drawn here. I know that was a request of the board at the last work session that we had attended. So the roadway is pretty wide at this location, so we're actually able to do this without widening the roadway, which is a great way to not impact motorists on the roadway, so we're very pleased about that. And we will be sharing this conceptual plan with the DOT after we do get their feedback. Franz already mentioned that we are proposing sidewalk along the frontage. We have run that by DOT. They're ecstatic about that. Further, we are proposing to construct a bus shelter on the site at the request of the chairman. We're in contact with the Dutchess County Department of Public Works. They actually provided the standards that they'd like us to use. The exact location is still in the works, but we're pretty confident that we can come to a location that's satisfactory to both the applicant and the DPW. As far as the NISDOT review, I was really hoping to come to you tonight and tell you which intersection that they have picked for a signal, but unfortunately they have indicated that the review is ongoing due to a few illnesses on their own team. So they're expecting to get feedback in the next few weeks, and we will certainly copy the board and reviewing engineers on the correspondence. That concludes my traffic presentation. I think, will you open up for questions for traffic at the end? We do have the architects still to hear from.
Yeah.
Finish the presentation.
Yeah, why don't we finish up the presentation, and we'll give the public a chance to ask questions or comment, and then we'll go around the board.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Sean Nager. I'm with M&H Architects out of St. Louis, Missouri. The project has been reviewed more than once at this time, and we've made revisions to our elevations multiple times. If I can get this to go where it needs to go. Okay, so as you can see, this building is a warehouse building. It's a speculative warehouse building. It will be constructed out of concrete tilt wall panels. It will also have some aluminum composite panels on it. At the office corners, there's a large amount of glass. It's a very contemporary design, something that you won't see necessarily down the street or in other parks of this nature. It's unique to this site. We use glass all along the entire elevations, all 4 elevations, and we also break the warehouse parapet up. We have our man doors, our escape doors, spaced at 125 feet. At each one of those doors above it, you will see the added glass right here, right there, and then above it you're going to see that terracotta color, and it actually breaks the parapet. There we go. So that is one of our standard corners. There we go. Thank you. It's kind of hard to see at this point, but you can see the man door spaced at 125 feet. You've got the glass above it. We place glass at these dock areas because that's where the light brought into the warehouse portion of the building will benefit the inhabitants or the workers the most. And above, you see the terracotta, and we break the actual parapet so you don't have just long 1,500 linear feet of a parapet wall. It's broken up in multiple places. The design of the office corners, as I said earlier, it's a modern design. You've got expansive glass. You've got the canopy design as bold and provides deep shadow lines to signify points of entry into the building. The metal panel system will be in a terracotta accent color, and it'll be used again at the entry, and then the terracotta color again will be dotted along the top of the building. The that color above those man doors is a paint as opposed to a metal panel. The metal panel will be restricted just to the office corners. All the rooftop equipment will be spaced roughly 60 feet back from the parapet, which will effectively allow the building to screen the rooftop equipment. And that's pretty much it at this point in time. If there are any other questions about the architecture.
No, well, why don't we, I think if that's the presentation, we'll open it up to the public for speaking, and then, we can always have questions afterwards, and also we will be conducting a further project review after the public hearing.
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we've already read the rules of conduct for public hearings. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this particular proposal at this public hearing?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. We can speak on either 1 or 2?
You can speak on this current proposal that we just had the presentation on. It's all 4 of the actions. Would you like to speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you come up? Please state your name.
Russell Nally, 142 Old Route 9, Fishkill.
Thank you.
I just wondered, are there any, do we know what kind of product or equipment will be warehoused there? And are there going to be chemical storage or hazardous waste storages of any hazardous chemicals stored there? I was concerned about that, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks. All right, come on up.
Hi.
Please state your name and address.
Sure. Ann Lagoy, 15 Wellesley Place. I just have a question here. And it may have changed, and I apologize for being late. We had our spay clinic with 70 cats, so I wasn't able to get here. As I understand the project, there's water tanks that are going to be going in the ground. Is that correct? Is that still the case? Water retention, they're going to be they're going to be digging.
Well, so we're not really going to answer questions during the public hearing.
Okay, well, it would be relevant then, my question would be relevant if that is still the case. So I'll ask it anyway. So as I understood, they're going to be doing some digging on this particular site. I have a couple of questions. So I'm wondering what kind of preparations do you have as far as anything being dug up that is relevant to the Revolutionary War encampment site? Admittedly, I was very disheartened at the last meeting, I do watch them on TV, to hear no one really having any concern, kind of making the assumption that because it was already dug up or there was already development on site, that, in fact, I think one of the words that was used was, it really is irrelevant. And so that was a little bit disturbing to me, particularly if there is going to be deeper digging than what's there already. So I'm just curious as to what kind of accommodations that you might be making. That would be interesting to know. I also had a question about it being split into 2 different sites. Again, and full disclosure, I am on the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee, and I did obviously pay attention to some of the things that were going on there. And I know that one of the things that was said to me during one of, the meetings, and I had a question, was that the property in back of the warehouse, really, it's tough because it is wetlands, so I'm just wondering what kind of accommodations, is that something that the town board would then address as far as whether or not something would be accepted to build, more than, I think that, the golf course, I know that that had been a suggestion during one of the meetings, that they kind of keep it on course with that. So that is something that I would be very interested in hearing about. But just as a side note and a comment, this site really is a national treasure, and it is so disappointing in one sense to see that this is our gateway into Fishkill, and it's going to be a giant warehouse. Are you okay? Oh, you looked faint for a second. Maybe you were just closing your eyes. So, I think that that's something, we've been all suffered watching this thing deteriorate over years. I don't know if, the property owner was ever fined, if he was ever, told to clean it up and ignored that. And so I kind of feel a little bit that, we're kind of taking what we have to because everybody wants that to be cleaned up. So I'm hoping that there's going to be, and there was a lot of greenery, and I know, Mr. Cantor, you had mentioned that a lot of the greenery, and that was something that you would like to see on the site, and that would be really great, like a forest to block this huge building would be great, because this is a gateway into Fishkill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, would anyone else like to speak at tonight's public hearing? I don't see anyone.
No hands on this side.
Nobody on this, nobody on.
Being in the middle is a tough spot.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to do it.
Indeed.
Okay. All right, well, let me first go to our engineer and attorney to see what you think about closing tonight's public hearing. We did get some comments, but not a large crowd of comments, just a couple. And that's not downplaying the couple of people who did speak, because they were very good questions and comments.
I don't see a reason to keep the hearing open. Most of the comments that were brought up tonight have been addressed by the applicants and their team. I'm sure they can speak to them during the project review. Dominic?
Yeah, I think the public has had a full and fair opportunity to comment. It was properly noticed public hearing. And so the comments that were raised are appropriate for discussion by the board and perhaps for further explanation or analysis by the applicant as the board may deem appropriate, but it's not necessary to keep public hearing open in order for that to occur.
Okay. Let's go around, board members, and see what you all think about closing the public hearing.
I'm good with closing it.
Bob?
Same. Yeah, I think, yeah, I should close it, yeah.
I'd like to see the comments that were brought up tonight discussed during the project review, and I think they should. Some of them, I think, were asked in the past, but I think they'd be worth revisiting and speaking to tonight. But in terms of keeping the public hearing open, I don't believe that we need to do that. I would support closing the public hearing tonight.
So would I.
Okay, can we have a motion to close the public hearing then?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Bob?
Yes.
Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the public hearing is closed by a vote of 6-0. Okay, so we will continue discussion of this application under project reviews just a little bit later in the agenda. So we'll go on to the next agenda item, and so we'll be back to that in a little while. All right, the next item is Continental Commons Special Use Permit and Site Development Plan, or to review letters submitted by the applicant's representative on November 18, 2022. So, would the applicant please come on up?
Good evening. My name is Stephen Riccadulli with Holland and Knight for Continental Commons. The letter that was submitted was by my co-counsel Blakely Platt, but they've asked me to sort of address the board this evening. As we reported in the letter, we were happy to report that the town board has approved the water and sewer district extensions to Continental Commons, and that took place on October 5th of this year. Unfortunately, that was not the result of what we thought would be a straightforward and open process before the town board, but comes only after a very lengthy and expensive process, legal process, expensive, frankly, both to my client and the town, which resulted in Judge Acker of the Dutchess County Supreme Court ordering the town board to extend the water and sewer districts to the property. I think it's hard to believe that it's almost 3 years to the day which this planning board granted Continental Commons preliminary site plan approval. I think that happened on December 12, 2019. As you all know, that conditional site plan included a number of conditions which Continental Commons had to satisfy in order to move forward with the project. 2 of those were to get the the town board to extend the water and sewer districts. Continental Commons moved quickly in that effort, with public hearings being held in December of 2019. Additional hearings were scheduled. Some had to be rescheduled, but ultimately we were supposed to have a vote on the water and sewer extensions on December 30th, 2019. As we've previously reported, that those hearings were postponed as a result of a legal action commenced by Mr. Albra before he took office. Unfortunately, he was successful in getting those hearings pushed, but and during that process represented that a quick hearing would take place after his administration took office. Again, unfortunately, that did not happen. What did happen, and notwithstanding the record that was developed before this planning board and the 2019 public hearings that made clear there was sufficient water and sewer capacity, Continental Commons was required to go through 2 more public hearings and a lengthy public comment period, a process that extended this or delayed the process by 9 months. We didn't get a vote on the water and sewer petitions until September of 2020. It was then that the town board denied the petitions to extend the districts. Again, Continental Commons moved quickly and filed an action in Dutchess County Supreme Court challenging those denials and asking that the court overturn the denial and grant the extensions. Instead of defending the decision on the merits, the town board filed a motion to dismiss our challenge. That motion delayed the court's review of the record by almost a year. It was not until late last year, 2021, that the court denied the town's motion to dismiss and asked the town to defend the denial of the water and sewer petitions on the merits. The town finally started that process early in the spring of this year, and frankly, the town's defense of its decision to deny the water and sewer petitions was surprising. The court issued a 17-page decision, and I won't take you through it, but a couple of the findings I think were important and go to the fact that my client has moved expeditiously and with a commitment to this project throughout this process. The court found ultimately that the record before the town board did not support the denial of the applications, and I'm quoting there. The court further went on to say that despite the large record, the town relied on a single document to justify its denial. That was a letter from the county health department counting on the status of the project review. The court noted that the letter was solicited by the town board, although the individual who solicited those comments was never identified to the court or to Continental Commons, was obtained after the public hearings were finished, and that Continental Commons was not given a sufficient chance to respond to the comments. Importantly, though, and here's a quote, the court found that the comments from the Department of Health did not identify any issues that implicate public health or safety concerns related to the extension of the water and sewer districts. The court went on to note that even at the September 2020 public hearings, there was little to no discussion regarding the public interest grounds asserted by the town, and that Continental Commons was not provided an opportunity to respond to these so-called concerns. The court rejected ultimately all of the arguments raised by the town in defense of its petitions. The court could have stopped there, but went further, and instead of just simply annulling the resolutions, went further and ordered, finding that there was no proof at all that the proposed extensions is contrary to the public interest. The court went on and ordered the town board to grant the extensions and extending the water and sewer services to Continental Commons. That process has taken 3 years. That's resulted in me coming before this board. I think this is the 4th time now we're coming asking for an extension. My client has been committed to this project for almost a decade now, but certainly over the last 3 years, and has done everything we could to move this process forward. We submit to you that there's no reason here to deny our requested extension. We are hopeful with the few conditions that remain open that we'll be able to satisfy those in the next couple of months, and I'm hoping that this is the last time we have to come and ask for an extension of time to satisfy the 2019 preliminary site plan approval. But frankly, feel it important to make clear in the record here that the delay, which has been a 3-year delay here, has not been the result of Continental Commons at all or a lack of commitment to this project. So obviously, we'd encourage you to read the decision if you haven't already. It's available publicly. It's available on my client's website. And frankly, that leads us to the second part of our request, which is that in light of the delay here, particularly the 3 years, that to the extent the planning board needs it, but we've requested a meeting with the planning board engineers to go make sure we're all on the same page after a 3-year delay so we can quickly satisfy the remaining outstanding obligations. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the delay, the process, or any other questions you have about our request.
Well, thank you for the update. Well, let me just ask our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, if you have any comments on any legal aspects of the request for the extension.
Yeah, just focusing solely on the extension, because I think that's really all that's before the board, is a request for an extension, and then secondarily, the request for the consultants meeting. But
yeah, we can talk about that later.
Yeah. But dealing with the request for the extension, the law in New York State is clear that unless there's been a change in some like zoning aspect of a project that would preclude a previously approved project from moving forward, or there's been some change in circumstances regarding, like, for instance, the neighborhood or the surrounding area, the board is supposed to grant the extensions as a matter of course. And so I'm not aware of any change in either law or circumstances connected with this project, and certainly the applicant has demonstrated that they're pursuing satisfying the conditions of the approval. So my recommendation would be that you grant the requested extension.
All right. Any questions from board members or comments about the request?
No.
All right. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve the request by Continental Commons for a 6-month extension of the resolution of preliminary approval, extending the deadline to submit an application for final site plan approval to June 13th, 2023?
I'll make that motion.
Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the extension is granted by a vote of 6-0. So let me just maybe ask Dominic and John, our attorney and engineer, if you have any comments on whether the board should authorize our planning board attorney and planning board engineer to meet with the applicant's representatives to discuss the applicant's status of the
If I
conditions.
could, on this one, so this, taking from Mr. Sciaretta's letter, they're requesting a meeting with the board's consultants, that would be the town engineer and the planning board attorney, to finalize the applicant's supporting documentation, and they included a list of these. These are the form and content of the Stormwater Management Facilities Agreements, the form and content of the agreement governing the use of de-icing chemicals, the form and content of the agreement and the covenant regarding the use and operation of the Visitors Center, the form and content of the easement or restriction prohibiting truck traffic from entering Van Wyck Lake Road, the form and content of the event management plan, the form and content of easement documents dealing with storm drainage, roads, trees, and brush clearing, utilities, and utility installation, and the form and content of the agreement easement covenant covering the protection and presentation of the 0.4 acre burial area. I should note for the board that I have not received any drafts of these documents, any one of them. And so in the typical way of proceeding in these situations is an applicant will draft initial documents for the board's consultants to review, both the attorney and the engineer, and then to report back. But we haven't seen any of these drafts yet, so I'm not sure that a meeting to discuss what these documents that haven't been written yet would be. So it seems premature to me to have a meeting to talk about the fact that these documents need to be prepared, then submitted, and then reviewed. But that's my take on it, and of course I defer to whatever the town's practice is in this regard, but that's typically how it occurs over the course of my career.
Well, let me just ask the applicant what the status of all those agreements
Yeah,
are.
we do have drafts, but frankly, weren't sure if we should submit them for review prior to making the request. We're happy to obviously submit them to either, through the normal process here, so that way they can be reviewed and commented, and then certainly have a meeting thereafter. But whatever sort of moves us forward as quickly as possible.
I mean, I would make the suggestion to submit them. I mean, it might not even be necessary to meet.
Right.
So.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the agreements are fairly standard types of things. I mean, there are details to work out in them, but.
Yeah, there's a fairly a standard form for stormwater facilities management, for instance. That's, you have to cover the bases that New York State DEC requires us to cover. And so from municipality to municipality, almost all of those are identical, for instance. So.
That's fine. So what we'll do is we'll prepare them. We've got them all in draft form as it is now, so we'll submit them, and then obviously it'll be available to answer any questions.
Okay, that would be appreciated.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much then.
Thank you.
And then this, just to clarify, and then this board, perhaps at next month's meeting, could decide whether or not to allow for a discussion to take place once those documents are in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would wait to hear from Dominic to, if there are any questions in your mind about them.
Yes, and Mr. Bodendorf as well,
Yep.
because there may be technical issues that warrant a meeting at that time to review details to kind of, make sure that the intent of the board and the best interests of the town are being represented in those documents. But I think it's only, in case of there being open questions in regards to those, rather than, a more technical review of those documents.
Okay.
And do we submit them through the normal?
Submit them to the planning office. Debbie
Okay.
will be happy to circulate them to those that need to see them.
Okay, we will do so.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is a new submittal. It is 1556 Route 52 and 1562 Route 52 Site Development Plan and Floodplain Development Permit. I'll read the agenda item. I'll see if I can abbreviate it somewhat because it's a very long entry. But the applicant seeks site development plan approval to construct a 2,725 square foot convenience store with drive-through lane and to add one additional fuel pump with extended canopy, parking and utility connections to the existing service station,
That's okay.
Let's see. Site will be accessed by an improved entrance to Route 52 and Party Lane, which is a private right-of-way to the east. Water and sewer service for the proposed convenience store will be via the adjacent fire station project, known as the Rombout Fire District Station 2. The parcels for this proposal, there are several two tax parcels. I won't read the numbers, but they're both in the GB General Business Zone. One of them is .35 acres, the other is .396 acres. So this item tonight is to refer the application to the Town Planning Board Engineer, Town Planning Board Attorney, Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, New York State Department of Transportation, and Rombout Fire District. And the Planning Board will allow informal comments from the public after discussion of this application tonight. So, welcome. I also wanted to mention we have John Bodendorf from CPL has a potential conflict of interest on this, so Joe Berger is our conflict engineer. Welcome, Joe. And I understand the applicant has submitted application fees and escrow deposit for the proposed application. We also received a referral form, which I think you've seen, from Joel Petrus, dated December 6, 2022, indicating that this proposal also requires special use permit approval from the planning board due to the drive-through at the convenience store being proposed for the purpose of serving food and/or beverages. This was inadvertently omitted from the agenda description, and the applicant has been notified that this will require, and I think has already submitted the additional application fee for the special use permit. Okay. And then Mr. Petrus's referral form also indicated specific variances that will be required. I won't go through those now, but we can talk about them during the discussion. So, welcome, and why don't you give us a little bit more description of the proposal?
Sure. My name is Eric Rogie with Hudson Land Design. I'll run you through what we're proposing right now. So the project is located on two parcels on the south side of Route 52. I think it's directly across from Westview Drive. There's railroad tracks and Fishkill Creek are nearly bordering it to the south. I think there's one property separating us. So currently, the property has a vehicle service station, a gas station, and a residential structure that's currently not in use. We are proposing to remove the residential structure and build a convenience store. It's going to be 2,750 square feet. I think we had 2725 on the plan, so I was off by 25 square foot. There will be a drive-through going around the rear of the building. The pickup window will be on the back of the building. The order window will be on the west side of the building, tentatively right now with the design. The vehicle service station is going to remain, and the fuel pumps are going to be expanded from 2 pumps to 3 pumps. The applicant is going to be leasing the land for the convenience store from the property owner, so the property owner is going to remain, and they're also going to be taking over the running of the gas station as well. So access for the site is currently on Route 52, and there's a private road to the east, Party Lane. The Route 52 entrance isn't really controlled right now. We've had some preliminary discussions with the DOT, and they've asked us to channelize it in some way. So right now we're showing, can't really see it at this scale, but there's 2 entrances on Route 52. They're supposedly starting a conceptual review of the design this week at some point. So we should hopefully get some input on that. Utilities, currently both uses on the site, the residential structure and the service station, have wells and septics. We're proposing to abandon the well and septic for the residential structure, and then the convenience store is going to connect to the fire station to the west for, we're going to connect to their pump station for sewer, and then for water, we're going to connect to a main that they're going to be constructing along Route 52. We've been in conversations with them, so the design incorporates any uses generated by the convenience store. Service station, the well, and septic are going to remain because that's going to stay functioning as is for now. We have adequate parking on the site. We combined some of the, since we have multiple uses, we combined the parking in a conservative way, and we have acceptable amount of parking. Stormwater, since it's a gas station, we can't really do any infiltration, and we're under an acre, so we're proposing to put a dry well to collect the runoff from the drive-through lane, since that's separated from the fuel pump area, and then the rest of the runoff is going to continue the way it does now to the south, kind of towards a low area off the property. So one of the things we wanted to discuss with you were the variances. It's a little confusing. There's some non-conforming dimensions and some other things that if we expand it, we're not sure if we need a variance for that. And so there's two things we know for sure we need a variance for, and that's the rear lot for the convenience store, the rear setback, sorry, and the development coverage for both the lots are over on both of those. Since there's a gas station here that requires a special use permit and it has additional requirements, such as I think it's a larger lot area and more frontage. So each of the individual lots, as they're shown now, don't meet the minimums for the lot area and for frontage. So we're not sure if we're going to need variances for those, since the gas station use is going to remain, though we're increasing by one pump, so we're not sure. And it's not clear from Joel's letter if he is considering that to be a variance as well. So I'd like to discuss that.
I can address those now, since
Okay.
The referral from Joel was fairly recent. Joel lists 4 variances that he's determined will be needed. One, as he mentioned, was the proposed rear yard for the convenience store. A second one is for existing frontage for both parcels being less than 150 feet required for gasoline filling stations. The third is proposed expansion of the existing gas pump canopy. Existing front yards for the gas pump canopy and service station are less than the required, and the expansion of the canopy will be located within the required front yard setback area. So those are Joel's words. And fourth variance needed would be existing building and pavement coverage are more than allowed, and an increase in coverage is proposed for parcel 604282. So that would require another variance.
That would. Okay.
Those are the 4 that he has indicated. So, I mean, obviously, if there are questions, there can be further discussion with Joel's office, but that's basically what his determination officially is now.
I just had one question. Tom Kimmett, CPD. Per Joel, we were originally going to apply for the area variance because we are under 20,000 square feet. This is, I'm reading off of 150 TAC 120 gasoline filling stations under A. Within that same paragraph, the 20,000 square foot, there's the 150 foot, excuse me, of street frontage. So I was wondering if that 20,000 square foot that applies to the lots would also apply to 150 linear feet of frontage.
Well, we can't, unfortunately, I should say, we can't address that. You'll have to speak with Joel about that, but...
Understood. That's all I have.
Okay.
So would the process be, we talk to Joel, and then can we go to the zoning board for the variances, or do we have to, what would the next step be?
Well, we're at a very early stage of the whole process. Basically, the way the process is going to work is that the planning board is, as we are doing tonight, starting the process for reviewing the site plan and the special use permit. The process typically would involve the planning board indicating our intent to be lead agency. That won't happen tonight because the first thing we have to do, and the only thing we're really going to do tonight, is to refer this to our attorney and our engineer so that they can provide feedback to us on some of these things that we're talking about, and refer it to other agencies as well. You know, it's possible that during that process, if you feel the need to speak with Joel directly, you can certainly do that, but he's put his determinations in writing now, which is good that he's done so. If you think they need clarification, you can certainly speak with them, but what we have in front of us is what we have to work with. So the process would, at a point fairly soon, after our next meeting, if the planning board does establish itself as lead agency, we will coordinate a review with the zoning board of appeals and the other involved agencies. You could make application to the ZBA at that point for the required variances. But if we're going to be doing a coordinated review under seeker, as I suspect we probably will with this one, because there's also state DOT is involved, and I guess probably the County Department of Health. You can certainly make application to the ZBA during the process, but the ZBA wouldn't be able to take any final actions on variances until the planning board has made its seeker determination, and that's a little bit ways off, not too far, hopefully, but it's somewhere down the road.
All right.
So, well, let me just ask board members if there are any questions at this point, because we're not going to get into a real in-depth review tonight. We just want to basically make sure everybody understands the application, see if board members have any questions. Fred, anything?
Too early.
Too early?
Too early.
Too early in the evening? You have to be up a little bit later?
It's only 10 after 8.
All right, we can take a short nap and then come back to, no. Okay. Anthony?
So moved.
Yeah, I know.
Are there any tenants in mind for the convenience store at this time, or?
It will be owned and run by CPD. It's their own. Can you give more information on that?
Yes, we operate the chestnut markets that you see in the area. We have a couple on 9, across the river, down in Westchester. So this will be a chestnut market like you see anywhere else.
And I also noticed the 2 lots, is the intent for them to remain 2 lots?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that as well, and we did talk about that in the pre-application discussion that we held. That is something I think the board might want to talk about further, because, I mean, keeping them as 2 separate lots certainly does present some complications that would need to be addressed through various easements and agreements and such. But again, we're not going to talk about that in too much detail tonight, because we just don't have time, and we really can't get any input from our engineer and attorney on that at this point until the project is referred to them for official.
We haven't reviewed anything yet.
That's right.
Yeah, just kind of the blanket
Yeah.
comment. It's just.
And it's a question I was going to ask too, if you hadn't, Anthony, so.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Fred.
Wasn't this property in front of the board before as a gas station? A few years ago? 2 years ago?
We did make an application.
What?
We did make an application a few years ago.
It was the same group?
It was, yeah. So there were some issues with the water and the sewer that we wanted to work out, and then with all the other stuff.
So it dropped because of the water and sewer itself?
Yeah, we'll throw the pandemic out there and the chaos of trying to manage a number of projects at once.
Okay, I just had to remind myself.
Right.
Because there was all right.
Thanks, Fred. Robbie, anything?
No, nothing.
Bob?
No.
Okay, just, looking ahead to further submissions, Among other things the planning board will need to see will be things like a detailed landscaping plan, of course, and planting schedule, architectural details, building elevations, materials, colors, that kind of stuff. Also, in terms of the gas pump canopy extension, you know, how's that going to fit in with the existing canopy? How's the lighting in the canopy going to be, you know, worked out? I don't know what the lighting in the existing canopy is, if it's fully recessed or, you know, fairly up to date, but if it's not, this might be an opportunity to, you know, to adjust that as well.
Right. I know they are fairly new. They are, if I remember correctly, fully recessed.
Okay.
But we could address, in the future, we could address that in the comments.
Okay. All right.
One quick question. So,
yep.
Basically, because I'm looking at it, it's kind of not set up, but it's just 6 cars are going to be able to pump at any time.
It'll be 12, because there's,
Well,
we got 4, so each one has 8, sorry. 8.
The way it's drawn up, it just looks like...
Right, we have 4 dispensers, and there's 2 fueling positions per dispenser.
Okay, because it's a little tight.
Okay. Well, just to check to see if, at this point, if there is anyone in the audience who would like to speak informally to this proposal, this would be a good time to do it. Anybody, and raise hands if there are any people who want to speak to this. Seeing no one, there will be certainly later opportunities during the formal public hearing, which will be a further point in the process. So unless anyone has any further comments or questions, why don't we go ahead and see if there's a motion to accept the application for the proposed site development plan, special use permit, and floodplain development permit at 1556 Route 52 and 1562 Route 52, and to refer the application to the town planning board engineer, town planning board attorney, Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, New York State Department of Transportation, and the Roundabout Fire District for review and comment. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Anthony moves it.
I'll second it.
Fred seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. That passes 6-0. And we will schedule a more complete discussion with input from our consultants at the January 12th meeting. And we do have a packet for a newly accepted application right here. If you could come up and grab it.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so do you have any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I get to take a short rest myself now on this first project review. This is the Fishkill Support Center of Jehovah's Witnesses Site Development Plan. The board is to review a submission made by the applicant's representative on November 23rd, 2022, requesting approval for tree clearing work to be completed prior to December 31, 2022. So I will recuse myself and I'll wait out in the lobby. And no, I won't. I will be back very soon.
No more than 5.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If you wouldn't mind reintroducing yourself, and if you can briefly just go through the letter that was sent to the board and what you're requesting this evening.
Sure, absolutely. So my name is Joel Heyer, for the record, representing Fishkill Support Center of Jehovah's Witnesses, Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of New York. So we're here tonight to request permission from the board to fell the trees that are on the southwest portion of the property, near where the detention pond is going to be, and also where the dirt mound is that we'll be moving to make part of the sound barrier when we get our approvals. We're asking for tree clearing early because by December 31st, because in talking with DEC, they've informed us that there is the potential for an eagle's nest within 500 feet of our western property boundary, somewhere along that western property boundary. So it could be way up at the northwest corner, it could be right down there at the southwest, we don't know. They won't, I shouldn't say they won't, we have not yet got to the point where they'll tell us exactly where it's at. But the point about that is that because it's in that 500 feet distance on the water side, then if we can do tree clearing before December 31st, that is their requested window of tree clearing instead of the March 31st, which is the Indiana bat. Clearing them by that point or felling them by that point will avoid the disturbance to any nesting pairs that may be coming back to that nest or who may choose to build another nest along the river this year. So that is our request. The idea is to simply fell the trees and chip them at most. We would not do any ground disturbance. We would not take the stumps out at this point. That would come later once we had our site plan signed off on, once we had met all the conditions. And also, as mentioned in the letter, we highlighted that we are just about ready to submit back to the planning board all the conditions. There were 13 conditions in our conditional approval. Of those 13, 11 are ready to be submitted to you. We're working on the stormwater maintenance plan, and we just got back on Tuesday the comments from Dutchess County Health about the project, and they said that it's conceptually acceptable. They've asked us to add some notations to the drawings, signature blocks, tax parcel numbers, information about the existing connections to the small office building. They've asked us to add 3 manholes where there are 45-degree bends in the sewer instead of just having the sewer pipe there, and reminded us about the need for either now or in the future getting their approval before the backflow preventers go in. So it's pretty I say technical, it's pretty minor technical details to be met, so we expect to be able to meet that and get that resubmitted to them within the next week or so. But even with doing that, it pushes the review past the opportunity December 31st. So, but once we get that and finish the stormwater maintenance agreement draft, then we hope to in January to have all of that submitted back to the planning board for review.
Thank you, Mr. Heyer. I appreciate the update. As you already mentioned, the project had already received resolution of preliminary and conditional final site plan approval by this board a few months ago. In my history with the planning board, we've fielded several requests to fell trees prior to even reaching the point of an approval. In my mind, this is a very nice request to get after the fact of an approval. I guess I'd like to ask our consultants what their thoughts are on this, but in my mind, this has already received preliminary and conditional final approval for the disturbance that is already known and been accepted by this board. Would there be any reason why we should not consider, or should not consider this tonight?
Yeah, so I reviewed the town code in connection with tree clearing. There is a chapter regarding commercial timber harvesting within town that regulates commercial timber harvesting, but it makes it clear that this is not that, and especially exempts projects that are removing trees because they're undertaking site development. And so this a permit under commercial timber harvesting would not apply. Whatever permit that there would be associated with this would likely be issued directly by the building department. And so my only recommendation would be that to refer this matter to the building department, subject to any concerns that the board members may have or that Mr. Bodendorf may have regarding technical aspects of this, but refer this to the building department for whatever processing that they would do in connection with the cutting down of trees. There might be, for instance, restrictions regarding the hours of operation, specifically if there's going to be a chipper that's operated on site or something along those lines. So you want to minimize any potential noise impacts on the neighbors, even though this is going to be temporary, but you still don't want it starting at 6 o'clock in the morning, although it's dark until 7 now, so.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you wouldn't be looking to chip the trees, just drop them, and then once, like you said, you have your site plan all approved and signed off on, and your stormwater permit kicks in, that at that time you could get in there and remove the trees, grind the stumps, whatever you need to do. But at this point, you're just looking to drop them, correct?
We would like to fell and chip. We do have our stormwater permit already, but if all the board is comfortable with is us felling them, that's the most important thing to us right now.
Okay.
So we would accept that.
I mean, maybe it's fine to chip them as well. I agree with Dominic that they should probably talk to the building inspector directly and see if there's any particular permit that they would need, because there's nothing in the code that addresses this specifically.
There's no specific approval at this point.
Yeah, it might be a letter of authorization from the building department just to make it clear that this is allowed. As you noted, typically the requests come before approval because people are concerned about removing trees during the time period where they can because of bat restrictions. And that's what time we're in now. And so, but this project has, been fully vetted by the board.
Yeah, this is the first time I've got the request, or seen the request after the approval. So the action by this board would just be a motion to refer the applicant to the building inspector / code enforcement officer for their
review and any consent that the building inspector would have in connection with this. But the board itself would not.
Review / consent, I guess, would be the proper term for that.
Yeah.
Sure.
About how many trees are there that you're going to be falling?
We haven't done a count. There's a lot of tiny little things that are more like scrub.
I'm not talking a little. I'm talking
Yeah,
about the big
probably 150-ish trees, roughly.
Okay, and you're talking about the southwest corner? So
Correct.
that's along the railroad?
The railroad tracks, the river, and our Rivercrest
All
property.
right, so you're going to clear all the trees from the railroad track?
No.
Okay.
No, it probably, the distance, half of from the railroad track, the property line, across to where the tree line ends right now, it's probably about 2/3 will remain, and it's that last third swipe that will come out. It's about an acre and a half of area.
Okay, my only concern was because that was a future trail that we were talking about?
Right.
And are you going to be clearing the land through that future trail? Or
No.
No, so it's farther closer up towards the building?
Correct. Yeah, it's not in the area where that trail will run.
Any other comments, questions, thoughts from the board on this request?
Well, they kind of answered mine. I was going to get a chance to look. I was just hoping there was nothing on felling any trees in the buffer area between. Yeah, okay, you answered that, so that's good.
No question.
Like mines.
So I guess at this point, I'll ask then at the board if there's a motion to refer the request to fell the trees for the Fishkill Support Center of Jehovah's Witnesses to the Town of Fishkill Building Department or Code Enforcement Officer for their review, applicability, and consent. Is that, Dominic,
That covers it.
All right, do I have a motion?
So moved. Yes.
I second.
Rafi seconds. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? And one abstention. Motion passes
5-0.
5-1?
5-1.
5-0. 5-0.
With one abstention.
5-0.
Yes.
It's the Passes.
Yes. It reminds me of 1776. Have you seen 1776? You know, where New York kept abstaining, right? New York abstains courteously.
Well, John's New York in this case, so. But motion passes, so.
Very good, thank you. So just from my understanding, so we write a letter now or contact?
You can just contact.
Just contact, perfect.
Yep.
And just see what he wants us to do on that.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent,
I would suggest email, Joel.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your time. And
Thank you for coming to this board with the request.
Yeah.
I think that was the right thing to do, so appreciate it.
we want to respect the
Am I
process.
anticipating seeing you next month then with the final?
We'll be submitting to Debbie
It'll
and
come
then,
back.
yeah.
Come to me now, and I sent it down again.
Oh, we don't have to see you again?
At least I don't have my mask this time. You can see the smile, so.
That had a certain tone to it.
I'm going to leave while I'm ahead. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. While John finds his way back in here, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. It's under project reviews. Item number 6, TL Holdings of New York, 3-lot subdivision. Board to review and consider a draft resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval. Good evening.
Good evening. Brian Watts from Days to Coast Engineering, here on behalf of the applicant. We're back before the board. As a result of the last meeting, we had discussions on having this resolution drafted. We're in receipt of the preliminary and conditional final subdivision approval dated December 5th. We've read it. We have no questions. We're okay with everything. It was as discussed. The outstanding items are mostly just related to regulatory approvals and some of the legal instruments that would be required. I believe Debbie's pointed out there is one correction, and the first whereas on the last bullet point, it references the incorrect fire department. Other than that,
Thanks to Fred.
That's me.
thank you, Fred.
And it's my mistake. I keep making that mistake, not being familiar with the relative boundaries of the fire department, so I apologize for that.
But other than that, unless the board has any further questions, I think we're there.
You want to keep going, Anthony?
I think at this point, we'll turn it over to our consultants to go through the resolution of preliminary and conditional final subdivision approval for the lands of TL Holdings of New York LLC 3-lot subdivision, and see where it takes us after that.
All right, Dominic, would you
All
do
right.
the honors?
In the interest of time, I'm just going to summarize briefly, apart from the correction regarding the appropriate fire district, the specific conditions that are attached to this conditional approval would be that the owner's consent block shall be signed and dated by the owners, that there are easements and agreements required to be submitted. Those include the common driveway easement and maintenance agreement, which have to be submitted to the planning board engineer and the planning board attorney, and also the access, egress, and utility easement, which also has to be recorded simultaneously with the filing of the plat and proof provided to the town. There are final plan revisions that the applicant has to submit proof of satisfactory compliance with the concerns raised in the review memorandum by the town engineer dated November 7th. That the signature block for the chairman's signature on the plat be provided. That outside agency approvals are required, including the endorsement of the Dutchess County Department of Behavioral and Community Health for the realty subdivision approval for the water supply and sewage disposal systems. Then also that the applicant shall obtain approval from the New York State DOT for the proposed driveway arrangements prior to the issuance of building permit. There is an inspection fee of $1,000 required. There is a recreation fee of $5,000 required. That is $5,000, which is per new lot, and there is one new lot. There is a resolution will be binding on obviously the applicant and any successors in interest. And there's a requirement that all fees are paid and escrow deposits made prior to signature on the plat. So all in all, fairly straightforward, and I'm happy to address any concerns or questions that the board may have, but in lieu of reading it verbatim, that covers the topics.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
No.
No. John, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like everybody is comfortable with what we have in front of us. Would someone like to make a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of preliminary and conditional final subdivision approval for the lands of TL Holdings of New York LLC, 3-lot subdivision as reviewed and revised tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it?
So moved.
Bob moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Robbie seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that passes 6-0. All right.
Thank you very much.
I think we're all set. Thank you. All right, the next project review is Foam and Wash, amended site development plan, board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on November 23rd, 2022, and to review and consider a draft resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think you already gave us kind of an update. Are there any other revisions that were made into the plan that you didn't mention at the public hearing, or?
No, mostly just minor details, crossing Ts, dotting Is. I mentioned the sidewalk, the future sidewalk, the EV station. Other than that, there really weren't any major change or any significant changes to the site plan.
Okay.
Can you address the issues that?
Well, what I was thinking of doing was first having John go through his engineering memo, and then we can get to further questions from the board or answering questions that were raised at the public hearing. Does that sound all right?
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be brief. The comments in our previous memo were all addressed adequately. We just noted, and as was stated during the presentation, that they did add an EV charging station as the board had requested, and did add notation regarding the sidewalks at some point in the future if there is a chance for connectivity. So as far as we're concerned, they have addressed all our comments.
Okay. All right, so yeah, why don't we see if we can address some of the questions that were raised during the public hearing. I know one of them had to do with problems with, sounds like wetness, the water table becoming soils becoming saturated at certain points. Have you had any observations of those things happening at or around the site? And
Not so much on our site. I know that parcel to the north is a wet area. I mean, it's in the floodplain. It's noted that in the FEMA maps. I've also, it's my understanding that there's been discharge from Route 9 onto that piece of property, stormwater discharge, so I think that's led to it. But as far as our property, or our project, a couple of the questions that the gentleman raised, he asked about our building size. Our building size is actually being decreased by about 1,800 square feet. Our impervious area on the site is being decreased by 900 square feet, so those two things alone are going to lead to less stormwater runoff, and would certainly not lead to any further impact to any aquifer or water issues on the site or around our site. There will be no blasting. He had asked about that. Our construction work wouldn't involve any blasting. And then as far as the microphone announcements that he mentioned, I'm not aware of it. I think it may have been something that, it may be Mavis, but it's not related to our property, and our even if it had something to do on our property, our oil change bays are being removed, so they're going to be gone. So that wouldn't be an issue anyway.
Okay.
So I think those were most of the questions that the gentleman had raised.
Yeah, I didn't write them down quickly enough, so I think that covered most of what I remember. Do board members remember anything else that was raised, or any of?
But what about you might just want to mention the reclamation system for the car wash water? I mean,
Yes,
that's not-
so that was one question that he did ask, yes. All of the wastewater from the car wash goes through reclamation, and then it's discharged into the sanitary sewer system. There's no wastewater from the car wash that's, put out onto the ground or to the site or into the stormwater systems on the property. So everything is discharged into the sewer. It wouldn't affect the aquifer or any groundwater.
And a closed sanitary sewer system, it's not like a leach field or anything like that, it's a
No,
sanitary sewer.
it's the village sewer that we discharge into.
I just want to make it clear that it's not going,
No, correct, yep.
going into the
No
ground.
septic system, it's a municipal sewer system.
So it shouldn't affect the well water or anything?
No.
For the residences?
I had a concern, though, about the noise, and I thought the noise was kind of a valid comment. You have vacuums running, you have, people at the car wash, the part that's being manned. So there is a fair amount of noise, I would think, at certain times of the day. I know, especially when there's a long line of cars, the noise could be, I don't know what the levels could be, but there's enough people there that I think there would be some noise. Is there any possibility of adding some sort of measure to help reduce, or any other mitigation, like trying to remember what's at the northern property line? Is that a tree line? What's there now?
Both the north property line and it would be the east property line, it's all wooded. It's all undeveloped wooded parcel. So I think the gentleman's comments were specific towards, it sounded like microphone announcements. He mentioned, I think, Bay 5 was some announcement that was made. So I think that's certainly not taking place on this property.
There's no PA systems?
No.
Long way from his house to his property.
Okay, well, I think you've addressed.
Bigger a problem with the lot next door, but if it's ever developed, which is a 7.2 acre parcel.
How big is it?
7.2, the property
Oh.
that's vacant.
So that could hold something fairly significant in size. Just for curiosity, do you have any idea how big the Mavis site is? It must be, what, a couple of acres or something like that?
I think it's probably even bigger than that.
Maybe it's north of this woman wash, right?
No, right, I'm just wondering.
I mean, Mavis almost looks like it's probably approaching
9.9 acres.
Oh, 9.9.
10 acres, yeah, I was just going to say.
He's 9.9 acres.
Okay.
And he does back up to the property.
Yeah, I mean, you could see on that map there, if I can try to enlarge it here. So our site is the dark one right in the middle there, and then Mavis wraps around us and then extends towards the back.
And this is the first lot that you see there, the long lot.
Yes, that H, the lot labeled H.
Okay.
But I think you answered all his questions that
Yeah, I took notes as he was speaking, and I tried to write them all down, so I think I got them.
Good. Well, thank you very much for that. All right, well, we do have a resolution. It's a draft resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval that Dominic prepared. If you could kind of take us through that, Dominic, and we do have some information we can fill in that were blanks in the resolution, so we have that information now.
Yes. So this was a draft resolution that I prepared at the request of the board. There was specific conditions. This is a resolution of preliminary and conditional final amended site development plan approval for foam and wash. The first one is that there's a performance bond, and we did receive information from the applicant, I believe, today, which has been reviewed by Mr. Bodendorf. I don't want to speak for him, but the number that we've been provided is for the performance bond, it's $126,400. And that is for the satisfactory installation of site improvements. There's also a maintenance bond in the amount of $18,050 shall be posted and remain in place for a period of 1 year post issuance of a certificate of occupancy to ensure that the landscaping improvements and plantings installed are maintained in a vigorous growing condition. There's also an inspection fee required of $15,000 which has to be submitted prior to the commencement of any construction. There are final plan revisions that are required where the owner's consent note shall be signed and also the signature block for the chairman is added. There's also proof of satisfactory compliance with any the applicable concerns in the review memorandum prepared by the town engineer dated November 7th. There is a provision regarding limitation on amenities, accessory structures, and outdoor fixtures, where this site development plan approval allows construction of only what is shown on the plans identified within the resolution. No amenities, no outside accessory structures or outdoor fixtures, including but not limited to lighting, walls, mechanical units, dumpsters, etc., may be constructed, placed, or erected except as shown on the approved development plan. And all architectural and construction drawings shall contain a certification that it was shown thereon is fully consistent with the approved site development plan. This approval is binding on the applicant and any successors in interest. There's a requirement that all fees are paid and escrow deposits made. There is provisions regarding landscaping and screening, lighting, and architectural design and details, which track the town code provisions. And then in particular regarding the installation of sidewalks, this one is a little bit outside typical provision, so I'm just going to read it verbatim if I may. The applicant has agreed to construct the sidewalk shown on sheet PB1 of the site plan along New York State Route 9, which sidewalk shall be constructed at such time that any sidewalk on an adjoining parcel along New York State Route 9 are constructed. A note to this effect has been added to the site plan, and the obligation to construct the sidewalk shown on the plan shall be a future condition of this approval and shall be a binding obligation enforceable by the Town of Fishkill Code Enforcement Officer. To the extent that the construction of the sidewalk requires approval from the New York State Department of Transportation, the applicant or its successors in assign shall duly and promptly apply for any required highway work permit from the New York State DOT. The construction of the sidewalk shall be completed no later than 1 year following the installation of any sidewalk construction on either adjoining parcel. And that's it for the special conditions for the approval.
There was one more blank to fill in on page 2. Since the public hearing was closed tonight, we can add the date of December 8th, 2022 as the date that the public hearing was closed.
I also wanted to go back to the site inspection fee if we could.
Okay.
We didn't get the performance bond calculation until yesterday, so I think the 15,000 that was in the resolution was kind of in there as a placeholder. The code, I believe, says the site inspection fee should be up to 7% of the performance bond amount, and in this case, that would make the site inspection fee $8,850 to round numbers rather than 15,000. So I would recommend that it be changed to that number. because the 15 seems kind of high for what they're proposing to do.
So say the number again, John?
8,850.
All right, is the board okay with that change as well?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think we have all the blanks filled in and all the updates of the dollar amounts. Any other questions from board members?
No.
No.
Okay, looks good to me as well. All right. Would someone like to make a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval for the proposed Foam and Wash amended site development plan located at 778 Route 9, as reviewed and revised tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it?
I'll make that motion.
Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Robbie? Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Resolution passes 6-0.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Any questions beyond that? I think the conditions are all fairly straightforward.
Yeah, no, I think we're in good shape.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, give me 1 second here. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Westage Self-Storage Site Development Plan and Freshwater Wetland Watercourse Water Body Permit. Board to review the application and supporting documentation that was accepted at the November 10th, 2022 Planning Board meeting, and submission made by the applicant's representative on November 23, 2022. Welcome.
Thank you.
So why don't you give us a quick recap on the proposal, and then we can get into a more detailed discussion.
Sure. My name is Karen Lobruto. I'm a senior planner with Labella Associates. I'm here representing the applicant Fishkill Storage in their application to the Planning Board for site plan approval. The applicant, Fishkill Storage, Bobby Patel, he couldn't be here tonight. There's something that came up kind of last minute, a personal matter. But I am joined by Ketan Patel and also Neil Alexander of Cuddy Fetter. So as you know, the project is located in the Westage Business Center development on an approximately 4-acre site. It's undeveloped and was a parcel 6 of the 1980s, 90s Westage Business Center development overall project. The proposed development is for a self-storage facility, 4 stories, 76,000 square feet total, with loading and parking areas. And the site is currently encumbered by federal wetlands and watercourses. The town also regulates a watercourse buffer, and there is prior disturbance that occurred on the site as part of the previous development of adjacent sites, including filling and excavating. And the site is entirely located within the site, the floodplain. So this is a picture of the proposed site plan. Okay. This is the optimal arrangement for the applicant. It has the parking out front of the building. It has ample loading space. There is an encroachment as shown into the watercourse buffer, and also an encroachment into the required rear yard. So I can go into those a little bit more. So the watercourse encroachment is in 3 places here, partially due to the building placement, partially due to grading related to the stormwater facility and partially due to the placement of the truck turnaround. As I mentioned previously, the site has been impacted over the years by the previous development. In fact, it was used as a sediment trap. They stored construction vehicles there. They stockpiled. As a result, our biologist has visited the site twice, done the delineation in 2017, and been again out there in October to verify it. Finds that the site is of, low quality, and that the impact is somewhat, could be considered minor, given that. The stormwater discharge will be treated by a hydrodynamic separator, and will discharge into the water course there, but the existing hydrology will be maintained, and we are retaining most of the vegetative riparian buffer. So as I mentioned previously, we also need the required rear yard, we need an area variance because we're not meeting the required rear yard. We're providing 51 where it's 100 feet is required. And so we would need a variance of approximately 49 feet. And so we talked through some alternatives previously at the last meeting when my colleague Kyle Ahern was here. The encroachment on the water course is it's negligible amongst the various options, between 0 and 568 square feet or so. All of them require approximately 5,000 square feet of disturbance related to grading. As I mentioned previously, this is the optimal layout for the applicant with the parking out front and the, good loading area. So we'd like to move forward with this proposed site plan, and again, I'll put it right here so you can see it. And we are seeking a determination tonight from the board to understand, what your feelings are relative to that and whether you would consider a referral to the ZBA so that we can move forward with the application in that manner. But before we kind of get into that, I did want to just speak to some of the things that have happened since we last saw you. So we did submit to the New York State Historic Preservation Office, SHPO, with regard to the archaeological concerns because it's in an area that is sensitive for archaeological resources. As I mentioned, the site was previously used as a sediment trap, and there's aerial imagery that shows how the water course was rerouted over the years. So for a quick recap, from 1936 to 1970, the site was an ag field. From 70 to 80, it became successional shrubland. From 1990 to 2004, it was cleared for the development. And the unnamed water course that's a tributary to Clove Creek and runs, adjacent to it was channelized and redirected to run east-west, adjacent to I-84. The site again began to grow back up again into successional shrubland. And 2004 to 2008, you've got the Westage development really gaining course there, farther to the north and then to the east, and finally immediately north at the Optum, formerly Caremount Medical site. So the site has been heavily disturbed over the years. We also reached out to the New York State DEC with regard to the timber rattlesnake concern. Our office has previous experience in this area relative to that, and we've sent a request for a non-jurisdictional determination based on our knowledge that we feel there will not be significant adverse impacts to this species at this site. You all had questions about traffic and circulation. We demonstrated in our trip generation that there is no significant adverse impact, way below 100 trips entry and exit during the peak hour. The adjacent uses by which trucks, cars, what have you, would access the site are not residential, they're commercial. We anticipate approximately 70% cars and SUVs, 15% pickup trucks, 10% box trucks, 5% WB50, which is a very large truck or greater, and in fact, the plan would be to have these screened and relocated to a different facility. We did receive questions from the county They started right off with concerns about the floodplain and watercourse. Yes, the whole site is in the floodplain. We are going to seek a floodplain development permit. At this time, we don't have any additional information, but we will be providing additional information as part of our future submissions. Watercourse impacts, as I mentioned, they're anywhere from 0 to 567 square feet between, different kind of modified, rotated options related to building placement. But again, we find that for our applicant, for this site, the building placement as we're proposing is really suitable for, the success of this facility. They also spoke about archaeology and tree clearing. Tree clearing, we've added the mandatory note to restrict tree clearing out, to the winter time so that there are not impacts to regulated species, bat species. They had questions about lighting and landscaping. We have provided a lighting plan. It shows very little impact from a foot candle standpoint. There are 3,000 Kelvin lights that we've selected. We have 4 lights on the I-84 side, 1 light on the east side, 2 lights on the west side, and I believe 4 lights on the front. The New York State DOT wrote us and suggested that stated that the project has minimal impact on the state highway system. They also requested a traffic impact study and a drainage study. I emailed them yesterday to confirm that because the two statements didn't make sense to me, and I just clarified, have you seen the trip generation that we prepared in the EAF that showed very few trips during the peak hour? And in fact, she had missed that. She wrote me back and she said that I did not see that, no traffic impact study will be required. We asked if a drainage study is going to be required if we're also submitting a SWIP, and she said no, that the SWIP would be fine. I have those emails and I'll submit that as part of our future submission. We did get the letter from the town's consulting engineer requesting types of construction vehicles for the SECRA form, Part 1, FEAF form, and we can provide that. He confirmed the required permits and approvals, which I'll just remind everyone, we are looking for a parking waiver as well. And he did mention that if a traffic study was prepared, that they would want to see it as well. So as I've just stated, we do not plan on preparing that because the DOT is not requiring it at this point. We will update the plans per his request, some bulk table clarifications. The applicant does intend to submit elevations. We will provide box culvert information for the crossing of the wetland, and signage information is coming as part of a future submission. And he just asked you guys to consider landscaping and lighting. I already spoke about lighting, so I'll just mention that the landscaping is predominantly deciduous: red maple, London plane, swamp white oak, pin oak, Colorado blue spruce, shrubs, inkberry, winterberry, viburnum, and bayberry. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. All right, well, we do have an engineering memo from John Bodendorf. John, why don't you go through that fairly quickly?
Sure. As she mentioned, I mean, we identified one item in the EAF that we asked for some additional information. It's our opinion that the project can be classified as an unlisted action, subject to confirmation with the planning board attorney. As she mentioned, we listed the various different permits that are required, that the submittal of a SWIP is going to be required. She mentioned our comment about the DOT requesting a traffic study. We thought that was an unusual request, so I'm glad to hear that it sounds like they've stepped back from that based on the emails you mentioned. And as far as the plans go, like she already mentioned, that we asked for elevations in a future submission, more details about the proposed box culvert that they're using to cross the wetland area. Any signage that's going to be on site, they'll have to provide details of those at some point. And like she mentioned, the board should discuss the proposed lighting and landscaping plan submitted.
Okay. Any questions from board members?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Fred.
Did the applicant ever consider going up one more story and having less disturbance on the wetlands?
In fact, we have considered that, but it's not their typical program. I don't think it, I don't think it works in the market. Maybe Katan, you could come up and speak to.
They're going to have an elevator.
And while he addresses that, I know the county also suggested the possibility of just reducing the footprint and square footage of the total development to avoid the water areas. So maybe you could, kind of speak to both of those.
Sure. My name is Ketan Patel. I'm with KBR2 Ventures. You could throw an additional floor on the building and reduce the footprint, but it really does, it impacts the actual loading and it impacts the actual design of the interior. It gets to be a lot more difficult and an operational issue. And not to...
Could you just pull the microphone a little bit more?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
And also the expense. It just goes up dramatically because the actual design requires additional fireproofing and such.
But is there an issue that like John was saying, for them to reduce the footprint of the building, not to encroach?
So I'll jump in a little bit. And I think, so for the record, Neil Alexander, Cuddy Theater, I think this is, the balance that we were sort of talking about again, and we definitely, welcome this conversation. So obviously you're allowed to go 7 stories in the zoning district. But as Katan was saying, you lose efficiency as you go higher, and cost goes up. So we were trying to balance it. We also looked around at the fact that the hotels there are 4 stories. So the thinking was to stay at a similar height, and that as Karen was pointing out, the nature of this wetland here is as far as its hydrogeologic benefit is very minimal, given how much it's been disturbed and all the reworking over the years of Westage of what this water course is. So we felt that the amount of disturbance was minimal. It gave us better floor plate efficiency by being around this size, and we thought we'd cap ourselves at a similar height to other buildings in the area. I guess we could have come in maximizing it, squeezing it down to 16,000 square feet and go up 7. So what's that, 7? It's 42. So it's 100. We could have come in with a 112,000 square foot self-storage building, and we just thought that this was a more appropriate sized building for the nature of the area, not only from a land use standpoint, but also from a business plan standpoint. So that's what we were triangulating. The simple answer is yes. Of course, you could always make the building smaller and go up a couple more stories per the code. We just didn't think that was the best calculation here, given the nature of the wetland that has been disturbed not only for Westage, but also with 84. So that was how we were hedging. I think it's trying to make sure I balanced everyone's skill set there. But that's how we did our calculus.
No, I get what you're saying about going up. I was just saying, basically, even though if you weren't going to go up 4 stories, to just reduce.
So that's a fair point. That's the other side of it. Going smaller is then it's too small. Then we have a problem with cost on the project for us. So I think for us, if the desire is to put the preference on making the footprint smaller, then we're going to have to go up. Sorry, that sounded more of a lean in than I meant it to be. I just meant, analytically, that's what happens. Mm-hmm. Is if we lose footprint, we're going to have to make up that square footage, and we're going to have to get additional square footage because we're losing efficiency on cost in order to sort of get it back in the green from a financing standpoint.
So kind of a follow-up question. is how many and what size storage units are proposed in the building, and where and how large is the office space, if assuming there is an office space of some sort.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed the second part of your question, but the first part was the units would range from 25 square feet to 300 square feet.
And are they kind of mixed throughout the building?
Correct, correct. There's an optimal mix that you do for the market based on, the customer base, which is mostly residential.
And then, so the second part of the question was where and how large is the office space, assuming there is an office of some sort in the building?
Correct. The office space would be, hasn't been finally designed, but roughly 900 square feet to about 1,000 square feet.
And that typically would be on the first floor, I assume?
Correct. And that would probably include space for a small break room and a restrooms.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just thinking that at some point when you further develop, when we kind of set on what the footprint is going to look like and move forward with the architectural features, probably be a good idea to submit a proposed floor plan layout just so we can see the mix of things within the building.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced, as Bob was saying, that, it might help to get some kind of idea. I know that there was a statement in the materials here that a reduced footprint is not optimal as the current footprint is considered small by market standards. It'd be helpful to get a little bit clearer idea of what the market standards are and, what other facilities in the area maybe are like, and in terms of size, and, so we could get kind of a comparison of that.
I mean, a typical, this is a small facility typically for self-storage. This is going to yield roughly 55,000 net square feet, which is on the smaller end. But for the demographics for this area, we think this is appropriate. We never want to overbuild for a market. We're factoring future growth as such. So if we have to reduce the size of the building, that probably doesn't make the project feasible because there's too little square footage.
This may not be a large storage facility, but it is a large disturbance within a floodplain. And I'm questioning I'm thinking of the other allowable uses in this district and wondering, wouldn't that be a better use of this property as opposed to disturbing this much property to squeeze in a storage facility? And, it's a floodplain. During large storm events, it holds water. And, I just think putting this in that floodplain could have some long-term impacts to other properties and the highway adjacent to it.
I don't think that's, this is a principally permitted use, so, the issue, the use issue isn't on the table for obvious reasons, right? And, let's take a step back here, even on that use issue. So, what uses less water, has less water usage, less wastewater, less traffic than a self-storage facility that has a couple employees, that's at the very, very back end on a parcel that the planning board 15 years ago roughly allowed to be subdivided and contemplated the future development of.
I think you're brushing off how many acres and how much square footage this takes up of a floodplain. I understand what you're saying about the use and other uses taking less water and less other amenities, but this takes up a large footprint of a floodplain. I think that's potentially significant.
Yeah, I think if, the first question was about the wetland area and the encroachment there. I think we can look at going up possibly 2 stories in order to get the footprint out of that and look at that as to whether it makes the business model work, and is therefore the right size for the market, and we can look at that. I think, we can definitely take a look at that. I don't know if there's a net, benefit to that, but if your calculus is a little different than ours, we can take a look at it. You're then going to remember, we're going to put signage on that building too. And right now, you see the hotel, you see 3 hotels from 84 and Caremount. And we're going to be closer than Caremount's sign is to 84, because obviously we're behind it. So, and, you know, you're saying we're going to go a story or 2 taller then. So that's what we're trying to balance here.
But we're also trying to balance the floodplain. And going into that.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, and going into the floodplain and asking for a variance on that.
But we're not asking for a
corner.
variance, we're just asking for a floodplain development permit, kind of
Yeah.
like most of Westage received. You know, all the rest of the build-out of Westage received that permit, to my knowledge.
Well, again, it was just asking if it could, because when you first came in, you said this is what you decided to do, and you had different angles that you were going to go, et cetera, et cetera.
No, like I said,
And it
we
is
can
wet.
take a look at it. I thought the height issue would be, I'm just actually more surprised, candidly. Because I thought the height issue would be something that you would be more upset about than having us being, 568 square feet? Yeah, 568 square feet of footprint on the first floor. So I'm just more surprised. I'm not really pushing back. I'm really just surprised that up is preferable. But we can look at up and try and figure out if we can get to the efficiency we need by doing that. Obviously, we have some time. We owe you elevations. We probably need to figure out, right now the building's 236 lineal feet long. I think we're pretty clear that we're going to need a variance for signage, because if you think about what's a quarter of 236 lineal feet, that probably is in excess of what we're allowed for signage, and it probably, a building of this size is going to look weird with a sign that's not, 20 to 25% of the frontage. So we owe you material on what is the nature of the variance we need for signage. We need to have that discussion with you probably. We need to get you some elevations. And I think probably we need to think about what we're getting on feedback from you, and just have you declare yourself lead agency in the coordinated review tonight. And we'll listen some more. I don't think we're going to be in a good spot to answer, because I think we didn't calculate it the way you all are, and that's what the process is. So we're here to listen, but I think procedurally, I guess all we can get is a declaration of lead agency, this evening.
So I'll push back a little bit personally from my own point of view on the height going up too much. And then, like you say, a sign ending up being pretty conspicuous, in effect becoming almost like a billboard, looking over Route I-84. So that's part of the balance that I would be looking at. So I think we have to be careful that we try to maybe think of some other ways also of perhaps reducing the pervious surfaces on the site. And maybe, so the county and the board also always thinks about reducing number of parking spaces further, perhaps than is shown on the plan. I think the county maybe is going a little overboard on what their recommendation for reducing it to is, but perhaps in conjunction with the board's authority to, waive and modify the parking requirements, we might be able to come to some understanding on reducing the parking spaces a little bit more than is shown.
Yeah, and I think we're very open to that. I think you're right. I think 8 may be a little too few, which is what the county was saying. And I think we hedged on the side of more, because obviously the way your code, I'm sorry, I'm not speaking into the mic and they're going to yell. I've been trained. Don't hit me again. We can look at knocking a few off for sure. And that's more others' specialties, so I don't want to put a number on it, but we're willing to look at that. We just, I think, from the starting number of what your code requires, we were afraid to, go too low either. So that's, I guess, what the dialogue is about. So we can look at making that happen that way too, and that may free us up a little bit, like you said, with some of the additional square footage as well, and we can maybe get to a little bit better of a compromise. So we'll gladly go to the drawing board on that. I guess that's easy for me to say because I'm not playing with CAD.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd certainly like to see a comparison of a somewhat higher building with a somewhat smaller footprint and possibly some combination of the alteration of the configuration of the footprint in relation to the water course buffer. But, so there might be a solution somewhere in there that might, say, result in a 5-story building as opposed to 4 or 6. That might reduce some parking, that might modify the angle of the building a little bit and see what we could come up with.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I pushed in.
I do agree, it's a bad lot.
It's a difficult lot. I actually did walk out there, and I'd encourage other board members to go out. It's not a site I would really want to walk through very much, because you have to be a little careful.
But won't a taller building block the existing ones from the view?
Well, it's not so much a view. I mean, from I-84, your view is of, other buildings in the office park, which could have been built higher if they had wanted to, I suppose.
Yeah.
But, so, I mean, again, it's a balance, I think, of, do you want all the buildings to be, no higher than any other building in the park, or do you, I don't even know when the other buildings were built, whether they maybe also had similar wetland, floodplain issues, which in those days, maybe people didn't look at things the way we do now. I don't know. It's hard to say. And I'm not going to go back and look at all the plans from the earlier developments, and I wouldn't ask Debbie to try to pull them out either. But, I mean, I think Neil was actually absolutely correct in that this is kind of a balancing act, trying to figure out what is going to work best for the town and for the applicant.
Well, thank you. This has been great feedback. This is what we're looking for. So we have direction, and that's what we hoped for. Appreciate that. We would really like it if the board would consider declaring intent to be lead agency, just to start that process.
Let me just see if I had anything else. Yeah, I mean, so there were comments in the county letter about lighting, and actually, this was interesting. The county did suggest eliminating proposed lights in the rear of the building. There may be reasons for some lighting in the back. I don't know. I could get your feedback on that, but maybe reducing the number of lights in the rear of the building?
Certainly, we're open to considering whatever you feel is necessary. I think we would like to have some lighting back there, just for security purposes, but, we're open to considering.
Yeah. All right, well, any other questions or comments? Bob, you think of anything else?
Yeah, no, I'm getting the understanding of the building per square foot build cost, and then you're trying to get the maximum amount of retail, what you call space rental, on every square foot. I get it.
No, this feedback, sorry to speak from this far away, but this feedback has really been helpful. I think
You got to use the mic. We are broadcasting.
Fred will come and
yeah, I'm gonna get hit. I should duck. I guess I'm a big target. In any event, this is. I think we can come. We can certainly improve upon what you've seen here with the next iteration. I think this has been very helpful.
All right. So Mr. Bodendorf has indicated that the proposal can be classified as an unlisted action pursuant to seeker. Dominic, would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if so, I'm assuming that the planning board would probably want to conduct a coordinated review with other involved agencies. I guess we could do kind of a combined motion that would deal with the classification and the lead agency status kind of all together. So here's what I came up with. Would someone like to make a motion to classify the Westage self-storage proposal as an unlisted action for the Town of Fishkill Planning Board to declare its intent to serve as lead agency, to conduct a coordinated environmental review pursuant to seeker, and to circulate a notice of intent to that effect to involved and interested agencies.
I like that, so moved.
Anthony moves it.
And I will second it.
Fred seconds it. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes 6-0. All right, well, we'll be interested to see what other modifications you come up with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, you too.
You too.
Let's see. All right. I think we are about ready to move on to the next item on the agenda, 453 US Route 9, Site Development Plan, Floodplain Development Permit, Freshwater Wetlands Watercourse Water Body Permit, and CHI Acquisitions LLP 2-lot subdivision. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on November 22, 2022. All right.
Good evening again.
Welcome back. So why don't you just give us a quick update on the plan submissions, and then I'm sure we have some further review and comments to get into.
Sure. So in response to comments from the last meeting, we did resubmit the plan set to address comments that were received. We are in receipt of CPL's most recent memo from earlier this week, and we're happy to go through those comments with you. We're also happy to address the two public comments that we did receive during the public hearing earlier this evening. So if you like, we can go through a quick update of any plan revisions that were made since the last meeting, and then address the memo, if that's your preference.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Sure. Franz, you want to? Franz Lockey from SCSI Engineering will walk through the plans. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So let me pull up the let's bring up the PowerPoint. So in terms of the site plan, what was requested from you guys last meeting was sidewalks along Route 9. We added those in. We added in bike racks near the two offices. And I think those were the two main items that you were still looking for from the site plan from us at that point. So we have added those in there. We're working with DOT to add in, as Amanda had mentioned earlier, a turning lane. Still working with DOT through some of those items. We also submitted a material acceptance protocol for bringing in any fill to make sure it's clean and sufficient for the site. Overall, that's basically all the updates that we have made since the last hearing. If you guys have any questions, we can.
Let's see. One thing I just wanted to, this is a new document that we received from New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, where they finally responded to the lead agency circulation, but better late than never, I guess, right? And so they go over a number of things that I think we've already discussed and that you've already addressed in the environmental assessment form, but the one thing that stuck out in my mind was the state-listed species, the timber rattlesnake. Did you see that in there?
Yes,
Later?
yes, we have.
So this is a already disturbed site, an already developed site. So without getting into all the details that they go through, and there, you know, it's kind of a whole standard format that they request. But I'm just wondering if there's a kind of an expedited way to get, in effect, a sign-off from DEC for already disturbed sites like this? Or would you have to go through, you know, basically like a habitat assessment
So,
of some sort?
as part of the EF, this species did come up, and we had concluded, and EcoScience, who's our expert in the matter, concluded that the rattlesnake generally lives in habitats in more rocky terrain, and the wetlands and the nature of the site didn't really lend itself to that. Although it is in the preservation area, they did not see that that the habitat was really suited for rattlesnakes, and they don't really expect to find anything in there, especially along the Dutchess County Mall property line on that matter. So that was addressed in the EAF. DEC brought it up, was it yesterday, today? We got it.
Yeah.
So we can go and speak with DEC and see if we can get something out of them, but as of right now, we don't see too much coming up out of it, and that's all I really have on it right now. I don't know. Yes, yeah, so our consultant did said that it wasn't a suitable habitat for the rattlesnake.
So I guess my approach is I would just hate to see like a loose end that could be tied up in something more formally before we move too far ahead with, you know, seeker determinations where DEC, for whatever reasons, and maybe they haven't, you know, looked at the site closely enough, or, you know, the condition of the site.
So, I don't know if we're going to be able to get anything really in writing on DEC to clear the site in such a manner. So I don't know what is the board would be looking for to satisfy in that manner.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Yeah, why don't you?
So we can certainly have, you do have the statement from EcoSciences, our environmental consultant, as part of the EAF Part 1 that was submitted with the application that confirms that there's no timber rattlesnake habitat on the site. We can have EcoSciences submit a separate letter to the board, kind of elaborating on that conclusion that they made as part of the EAF, to provide some additional information to the board on that topic, if that would.
And likewise, maybe copying DEC on that as well, I guess, since they're kind of the ones who brought it up.
Right, and yeah, in my experience, we wouldn't necessarily receive any further feedback from DEC, especially given the time it took to turn around the initial response to the notice of intent. But certainly, you know, your board as lead agency for secret purposes can you know, at least have that confirmatory statement in addition to what was provided with the EAF, have an additional letter to review that issue.
With your
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's this board's determination for seeker purposes, you know, and so you do have the obligation of making a determination as to whether or not there's going to be significant adverse impacts to habitat or not. You know, the Department of Environmental Conservation has provided some, comments as that they do, but providing anything further might not be my experience as well as Jennifer's is that asking the Department of Environmental Conservation to, make a affirmative, stance on a particular topic is oftentimes very difficult to do.
So they
It's like
can
proving a
raise,
negative.
they can raise issues, but they don't like to resolve them.
Correct. It's like proving a negative, in a sense, so.
I got it. Okay, so I think that kind of a follow-up letter would be helpful for the board to
Yes.
see.
Yeah, we can provide that for your next meeting.
Okay. All right. Let's see, well, one of the comments raised at the public hearing was basically about the historic and archaeological significance of the, the site and the surrounding area, and whether there's any kind of protocol for digging, construction, just further disturbance of the ground that may go below what was already disturbed. I know there's a lot of fill being brought into the site. So I don't know if you want to address a little bit the question.
Yeah, so I'll let Franz address the digging question and the fill question, but just as a reminder that we did do a Phase 1A, and we do also have the SHPO no impact letter.
Yes.
But as far as the specifics about.
Yeah, so I think,
fill and
this
digging.
question I think is specifically targeted more at like the construction and further ground disturbance that might result.
Yes. So the question brought up by the public started bringing in putting in underground storage tanks. She's referring to our storage system for stormwater. Those actually aren't really being dug into below the existing grade. For the most part, the bottom of these basins are going to be at more or less existing grade, and then we're bringing up fill around it. So for the most part, the excavation will be limited to pulling out existing foundations, ripping out the existing pavement, and limited very close to the surface without going deep beyond anything that was already disturbed.
Okay. All right, well, we have a memo from John Bodendorf. Why don't we go through that at this point and then follow that up with any questions that board members might have?
Sure. Many of our remaining comments are carryovers from previous memos and reviews. As was stated during the public hearing presentation, as far as traffic goes, our office is now satisfied with what they're proposing, so they just need to finish up with the DOT, and as far as we're concerned, the traffic has been adequately addressed. The board still needs to weigh in on the landscaping, lighting, and signage plans in terms of adequacy. We've asked for structural calcs and a stamp design detail for the proposed retaining wall. They submitted a material acceptance protocol for the fill that's going to be brought into the site, and we found that to be acceptable. We just asked that they add notes to the plan that reference that. And I believe the remaining comments are carryovers, needing health department approval from the village of Fishkill for the rerouting of the water main, and then a couple minor items for their final SWIP.
Good. Yeah, I think we've had some previous discussions about the landscaping, perhaps a little bit about the lighting. John, did you or anyone else at CPL get a chance to look at the lighting, specs and make sure that the...
Yeah, we're satisfied with the lighting plan. And they've beefed up their landscaping plan to a point where we think it looks pretty good. Just want to make sure the board is in agreement.
Yes. Any comments specifically on those two things from board members?
Did we discuss signage?
Signage, I don't recall.
Because they said it's going to be two signs or one sign. It's going to be one sign on each side of the building. It's going to be, it's setting it up for, they're setting it up, I better talk into this, they're setting it up for two different potential big tenants. So I don't know what we decided on that. We sort of let it slip by, but.
Yeah, so that did come up in the past, and we left it as the signage will be, there will be one sign per tenant, and that will be building mounted. We will comply with the permits required for the town. None of it's planned at this time, but any signage requirements, we will be compliant with the town ordinance, and if not, I'm sure we'll be back before here or the ZBA for those purposes.
I think I do kind of recall a brief discussion, and we, oftentimes what we'll do is, if there is not a definitive, name of a company or a, store or whatever on the sign, still showing the basic dimensions and materials of the sign on the building. So I don't recall seeing anything like that on the elevation drawings. So is that something that can be added, like where would the sign be located, based on the current zoning and sign standards, what would the size and shape of it be, and basically what the materials would look like?
We can put something on the plans to depict what would be approvable, subject to tenants' designs and whatnot, but
yeah,
something that would be approvable at this time. Yeah.
I think that would probably help, wouldn't it, Fred?
Yeah, that'd be fine. I just don't remember seeing it. We did talk about it.
We talked about it and we didn't see it.
And we didn't do anything with it after that.
So
you really didn't know what you were going to do, so.
So something in terms of a generic,
Well, they've come up with a kind of preference of a size, but until you know who's there, you don't know colors. Because they each have their own.
Yeah, although you would hope that this is a planned shopping center district, so actually the planning board can have some impact on the design of the overall sign, so that they're not only consistent with each other on the same building, which would make sense, but also with, well, I mean, you don't want to be consistent with the McDonald's sign up the street a little bit, but anyway, yeah, I think it's something that the planning board certainly can ask for, a generic kind of a, what's the sign, where is it going to be located, how big is it going to be, and what's it roughly going to look like, and then it can be subject to, final details during the sign permit process.
Okay.
Yeah, before I get into some other couple of follow-ups, do other board members have any other questions or comments on the landscaping, the building design?
Yeah. Well, they did change the landscaping.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I was actually pretty happy with the revised landscaping plan. It's got a nice mix now of evergreens and deciduous trees, and seems to be beefed up from what it was before. Yeah, and I was also just going to mention that I was very happy to see the addition of the sidewalk, the bus stop, although it's not a final location, I understand that, but it's certainly something that I think will be helpful. Those things will certainly help pedestrian safety and perhaps increased usage of public transit. Very happy to see the conceptual plan for the turning lane at the southern site entrance. Certainly keep us up to date on whatever DOT comes up with on a traffic signal location. Glad to see that they seem to be seriously considering the installation of the traffic signal. So one question maybe on the traffic. They mentioned that off-site improvements to some of the other traffic signals in the area would be required by DOT. Would tell us a little bit more about that. I hadn't really heard about that before.
Sure. I would clarify that it's not a requirement yet, but in a preliminary meeting, they had discussed that they're looking to upgrade a total of 9 signals on Route 9 with some adaptive software, which basically takes into account real-life traffic and makes adjustments to the signal timing to try to progress traffic along the highway.
Are you talking about adding another traffic light or not?
No.
Just leaving the existing one that's there?
So they are separately contemplating another traffic signal either at the central or southern driveway directly in relation to our development, and then entirely separate, there's a total of 9 signals that they've identified that they would like to be upgraded, and they have a few developments in mind that they think that if they ask each developer to contribute to, it makes it a more feasible project.
But that's in their hands, not yours.
Yeah, that'll be ultimately in the permit requirements, but we're still waiting on feedback for what we've asked them, what we want to do, before they'll tell us the rest of what they want us to do.
Will it be done during 23 or 24?
I couldn't tell you.
So those 9 signals are the north of your development?
Yes, from ours north.
So they're going to kind of almost be interactive to the traffic flow.
Yes, exactly.
So all the way to Fishkill.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, that's heavy traffic.
Yeah. Dominic, did you have any other questions or concerns?
I'm not at this time. I mean, it may be helpful for the board to consider Part 2, EAF. So, I realize that there are some open questions that the applicant is looking to, provide further information, including the response from the DOT, which is outstanding, and, which is central to one of the primary concerns regarding traffic. But while waiting for that, the board may, and of course it's entirely up to you, but you may want to ask the board's engineer to prepare a draft of the Part 2 EAF for consideration.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and would it even make sense to, in addition, at least starting a draft of a seeker determination of significance, filling in at least what we know about at this point?
Certainly. I mean, it doesn't bind the board to adopting or agreeing necessarily with anything, and I think more information is going to be forthcoming, but at least it can help focus the discussion, I think, at that time.
Yeah, so we may not be ready to approve either the EAF or a determination, but we'd have them there to look at, and it might help move things along.
May I just ask a question? In the event that in our next submission, we are able to provide a response from DOT on the issue of the signal, and also provide the letter that we spoke about with respect to the timber rattlesnakes, is it possible conceptually that the board may be in a position, if all of the Ts are crossed and Is are dotted for the next meeting, to move forward with that determination of significance? Obviously not, committing the board to any action in that regard for the next meeting, but it sounds like you're moving towards preparing a determination of significance for that next meeting. And I think those may be the 2 sort of, gap fillers that we may be able to wrap up in order to move
Yeah.
forward at that next
And
meeting.
we've done this before where, we don't guarantee that the board will be able to approve either or both documents at the
Sure.
next meeting, but at least if we have a draft ready to look at,
Yeah.
it can really start moving things along.
And is it presumptuous of me to ask the board if it would also consider having a draft resolution on the application available for the next meeting as well, in the event you are able to move forward with the secret determination, to have that teed up and ready for your action as well?
Well, I think myself, I might be a little bit uncomfortable with going that far. What do you think, Dominic?
I think that there are potential conditions that remain outstanding or unknowable at this particular time until the applicant addresses the public hearing comments and, provides further information. I think that knowing, what we know of board standard practice in connection with conditions of approval that are found in all site development plan approvals, like it might be helpful for the applicant actually as part of their next submission to include what they would think would be appropriate conditions for an approval resolution, and that way it could help focus the board on what those conditions may be. But the actual drafting of one with the expectation that what we know today and where we're at today, and that could possibly be adopted at the January meeting, I think would be a little bit premature as well.
So we're happy to provide that, as we stand or sit here tonight.
Yeah.
We would envision CPL's comment memo, we would envision most of those as being, administrative conditions of any approval. Many of those are things that we can't necessarily address prior to, the permitting stage. We understand that the board has asked for the letter regarding the snakes. Also, you're looking to receive a response from DOT for your next meeting, and then you had the comment about signage. If there's anything else that the board would like us to address, we're happy to do so to move the application forward.
Well, it's more than just one resolution, and if I may, because we have a site development plan, we have subdivision, we have the wetlands, for instance, like just focusing on one of them, for the subdivision itself, there are going to be a number of conditions relating to the cross easements between the lots and other things of that nature that, in my mind are not sufficiently spelled out in this submission. That would mean that it's really ready for, for that kind of approval. But I think that it could be, it sounds like it's certainly moving in that direction, but I think that, the applicant could take this opportunity to provide a, kind of a comprehensive list of things that they see as being what would be appropriate as conditions, and then the board can consider those as part of its overall review.
All right, well, why don't we take this next step, see if the board is willing to authorize our consultants to prepare a draft EAF Parts 2 and 3 and a draft determination of environmental significance for the board's consideration at the January 12th meeting. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
Okay. I make the motion, excuse me.
Fred moves that. Would someone like to second it?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we have authorized our consultants to provide us with a draft of the secret documents for the January 12th meeting. And I think I agree very much with Dominic's comments about the, a draft resolution, actually draft resolutions. This is a pretty complicated project all in all, with all the different aspects of approval. And also, I'm thinking ahead, but I'm kind of imagining that this resolution for the site plan may very well need to be a preliminary approval as opposed to preliminary and final.
Well, there is the opportunity as they proceed, specifically with the DOT, that there could be design changes that are resulting from the construction level detail work that they would need for their highway work permit. So that would then, result in potential for changes on the project, although, perhaps that may not occur, but there's certainly the potential for that to occur.
All right, so why don't we, we'll take a look at the secret documents at the next meeting and then take a look at your forthcoming submissions, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I need 2 minutes.
All right, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a 3-minute break.
That's 2 minutes. I better hurry then.
Yeah, hurry back.
Old man walking slow. Somebody older than me.
I don't know. But when I see these pages.
Okay, we are ready to start back up. The next item on the agenda is Johnson Trails 5-lot subdivision. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on November 23rd, 2022, and to review and consider draft environmental assessment form Part 2 and draft environmental assessment form Part 3. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Albert Roberts. I'm an attorney. I'm affiliated with Stenger, Diamond, and Glass. I was a partner in the predecessor law firm for 29 years, and I'm semi-retired. This matter was last before the board at its September 8th meeting, and due to a prior travel commitment, I could not attend. My colleague Karen Hagstrom attended in my behalf, and it's my understanding that the public hearing was closed, and for various reasons, the project has been delayed until tonight. I believe you have before you tonight a full environmental assessment form as prepared by the engineer, and at the conclusion of this meeting, if you are so disposed, we would ask you to consider adopting a negative declaration so that the preliminary subdivision approval can proceed, and the matter then go to the Dutchess County Health Department for further review. And I would like to clarify something that happened shortly after the September 8th meeting. Since I didn't attend, I viewed the videotape of the meeting, and I clearly understood from the words that were exchanged that I could communicate directly with Mr. Cardisco. And that prompted me to send my letter of September 29th. I did not mean to bypass any of your regulations. I thought it was clearly permitted, and that letter has been since distributed through Debbie to your board. Mr. Cordesco and I have not communicated since that letter was drafted, but I do want to address some of the legal issues that I thought were raised at the public hearing on September 8th. First was the wells and groundwater. It is my unquestioned opinion, and I think the law of the state of New York, that a property owner has the full right to the use of groundwater on his land. And that includes the right to develop wells to get to the site. Dutchess County Health Department, and I don't want to restate the obvious, has the sole jurisdiction over the approval or denial of wells on this subdivision. Having said that, this developer is responsible. In fact, he grew up in this area, or they grew up in this area, and he has voluntarily agreed to monitor 2 of the nearby wells, just to assure that there is no impact. But more importantly, the developer intends to tap an entirely different aquifer, which will be at least 150 feet deeper than the nearby wells. So it is our unequivocal opinion that there will be no impacts on the adjacent wells, and this will be demonstrated through the review by the Dutchess County Health Department. Traffic is always a concern by the public, but this is a 5-lot subdivision. The proposed concerns or the projected concerns were largely speculative, unfounded by any meaningful traffic criteria. Traffic is always a concern by neighbors, but it is an aspect of living in a suburban community. Some complaints were addressed at the lack of maintenance of local roads, but that is a matter for the Highway Department and the Highway Superintendent, not for this board. Once dedicated as a public highway, all members of the public can use the roads. And lastly, I'm a little confused about the concerns raised about the hammerhead turnaround at Penny Place. It is my understanding, and this has been confirmed by the developer, that this was requested by the town highway superintendent, highway department. The hammerhead is at the terminus of Penny Place, which does not have a cul-de-sac. So there was an infiltration trench designed, and the turnaround was to collect snow and ice during inclement weather. The infiltration trench was designed to collect the snow and ice melt. It's not being generated by anything from the site, but it is to assist in the snow and ice removal along Penny Place. Consequently, it's my belief that there is no need for any agreement. This will be dedicated to the town and made part of Penny Place as part of the town's highway system. At that point, it should be maintained by the highway department. There is no need for us to include this in the stormwater management system. I know the town engineer referenced the snow easement, and I wasn't sure if he was referring to Penny Place, but no easement is required if this is going to be dedicated and become part of Penny Place. So at some point during the discussion tonight, I would like to get that clarified. And at this point, I would turn the rest of the presentation over to our engineer, who will address some of the concerns that have been raised. And I'll be back to address any other questions after the presentation. I thank you for your attention, and I wish everybody a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Michael.
So, I think since the time that we've been for you, which is actually 2 months ago, the plan, in terms of layout and so forth, hasn't particularly changed a whole lot since you've seen it. I think relative to the snow easement, which was brought up, we're actually proposing a snow easement at the end of the cul-de-sac of the new road. The idea with the infiltration trench on Penny Place was that was going to stay within the right-of-way. Okay, so that's kind of my understanding of what we were thinking about. So hopefully we'll get clarification on that. Relative to the items that are outstanding, certainly we keep taking some hatchets to the SWIP, and we're going to continue to do that to try and get that cleaned up and wrapped up. In addition, there were some traffic comments. We had always proposed to come in off of Mountain View. During the course of the public hearing, right, there were some concerns about coming in at that location and so forth, but we provided some traffic information relative to the location there, the geometry of Mountain View and 82, and some site distance calcs and so forth. I did have a fairly lengthy discussion with the traffic rep up at CPL. I thought we kind of had worked through most of that, but there's still a couple of concerns in terms of, getting him satisfied, I guess, for lack of another term. So that's the long and short of it. I do understand, based upon the agenda, that the board may be in a position to entertain a Part 2 and a Part 3 relative to the environmental assessment form. That would be great. So we can kind of go ahead and proceed and get to the next step on this, which would be Health Department. So.
Yeah, did you get copies of the environmental assessment form drafts?
I got copies of Part 2. I didn't see
Part 2.
Part 3.
Okay, well, Part 3 is really more of an administrative paperwork that just follows up from Part 2.
Yes, I did. I got a draft version.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, John, do you want to go through your most recent memo?
Yeah, sure. So further to the Penny Place proposed turnaround, we agree that it should be dedicated to the town and that the maintenance of that infiltration trench should be the town's responsibility upon dedication. So as long as Dominic agrees with that, we'll just get rid of that portion of the comment.
Yes, sir.
All right. Some of these other comments are really, you guys have submitted to the fire department, right? You just haven't heard back yet?
I guess that's a good question to bring up. I assume that's a comment that kind of runs with every project.
Yep.
So I've reached out, we've called. I actually personally dropped off a package directly in their mailbox, and I have not heard, and this has been going actually on for quite a long time. If there's some special way, there's some contact, that would be great, because we have made numerous attempts to try and get their their input on this.
Maybe last month you could have talked to him directly.
If I may, is it Monbel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Call the highway department.
Okay.
Ask for John Lucarelli.
John Lucarelli? Okay. Thank you.
Extension 3601.
Got it.
Okay, as far as the plans go, there's a couple inverts we've asked to be added to the plan, and we also asked them to check some of the ones that they've provided on the plan, because on one of the pipes, it doesn't appear that there may be sufficient cover, so you maybe need to drop it down a bit.
Yeah, I saw that, so we
Just
can-
take a look at that. Other than that, the plans are in pretty good shape. We do still have some comments on the SWIP. At the previous meeting, the board had authorized the applicant's engineer to talk to our reviewer regarding the SWIP and the traffic, which I'll get to. And I would recommend that be continued so that we can get these things wrapped up, because this has been going on, particularly for the SWIP. I mean, the traffic, even though the comments look lengthy, what I was told from our traffic engineer was that they should be very simple to address. And, quite honestly, as the attorney mentioned, this is 5 new homes. It's really not a major traffic concern. However, since a traffic report or summary, whatever you want to call it, was requested and submitted, we need to get through it. So if the board is up for that, I think the most efficient way to get through the rest of the SWIP and traffic comments would be to allow the applicant's engineer to continue to talk to our reviewers for those portions.
Yeah, and I think we already authorized that kind of communication, right? So.
I didn't know if it was something you had to do it.
No, I think that can be once we do it, it can be a continuing thing until things are resolved.
Yeah, so those are really the major outstanding items, and I wouldn't necessarily call them major. I think they're, it's just a matter of cleaning information up so that.
So before we get to specific questions, I was just going to ask you, John, kind of a follow-up on moving ahead to reviewing the draft environmental assessment form documents tonight, you don't see anything in the SWIP comments or the traffic summary comments that would at least hold us up from reviewing them and, you know, possibly considering approval of those documents?
No, I don't.
All right, any questions from board members for John? Questions or comments on any of these items?
No, and I agree with John's assessment that I do think that we would be ready to look at the EAF Part 2.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Sound good?
Yes.
The only thing I was going to mention again, which I've mentioned repeatedly in the past, really has to do with the tree preservation plan. And again, I don't think that's something that would hold us up either from reviewing the EAF documents. But again, I think on the plan, before we actually go to approval of, you know, preliminary approval of the plan, we need a little bit more detail on the tree preservation plan in terms of how trees would be, the trees that are going to be preserved would be protected during and after construction. So I think the fact that there is a very good, well-thought-out preservation plan is good, and I think will help us move forward with the reviewing of the environmental assessment forms. And actually, again, maybe the thing to do really would be to think of some, we're probably going to, at some point, move toward a resolution of preliminary subdivision approval, I think. That we can probably think of some conditions in that resolution that could address the pre-preservation aspect. So, shall we move ahead to look at the draft environmental assessment forms? You want to go ahead and just kind of run us through those, John?
Sure. Starting with the Part 2, number 1, impact on land. That was checked yes. And we identified 1E and 1F as potential small impacts. E, the proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. And F, the proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal. And if and when we get to the determination of significance, we would provide additional information to address those. 2 and 3, impact on geological features and impacts on surface water, we checked no. 4, impact on groundwater, we checked that yes, and we identified 4A and 4C as potential small impacts. A, the proposed action may require new water supply wells or create additional demand on supplies from existing wells. C, the proposed action may allow or result in residential uses in areas without water and sewer services. 5, impact on flooding. We checked that yes. Identifying 5B and 5D as potential small impacts. B, the proposed action may result in development within a 100-year floodplain, as there is a small portion of the property that is within the 100-year floodplain. And D, the proposed action may result in or require modification of existing drainage patterns. Uh, 6 impacts on air, we checked no. 7 impacts on plants and animals, we checked yes. Identifying 7B as a potential small impact. The proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species as listed by the New York State or the federal government. And again, this is true for most projects in the Hudson Valley area now because of the Indiana bat. 8, impact on agricultural resources, we checked that no. We also checked 9, no, impact on aesthetic resources. Impact on historic and archaeological resources, we checked yes, identifying 10B as a potential small impact. The proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites on the State Historic Preservation Office Archaeological Site Inventory. They did get a response from OPRHP stating that there were no impacts. 11, impact on open space and recreation, we checked that no. Same for 12, impact on critical environmental areas. 13, impact on transportation, we checked that yes. Identifying F, other impacts as a potential small impact, and that's the proposed access to the subdivision. 14, impact on energy, we checked that no. 15, impact on noise, odor, and light, we checked that yes. Identifying 15A as a potential small impact. The proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation, but typically that would only be during the construction phase, during hours allowed by the town noise ordinance. 16, impact on human health, we checked that no. 17, consistency with community plans, we checked that no. Consistency with community character, we checked that no. And that brings us through the part 2.
Okay. Yeah, well, that looks very good to me. What do board members think?
Agreed.
Do you have anything else that might have popped up that should have been checked differently, or?
No, nothing I can think of.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, and then the part 3, as I said before, is really just kind of an administrative checklist that then leads you into however we decide to draft the determination of environmental significance. And actually, so to do that, I guess we can just mention that on page 2 of the part 3, it is checked as A toward the top of the page. The project will result in no significant adverse impacts on the environment, and therefore an environmental impact statement need not be prepared. And that there would be then the draft neg deck would be attached to that. So we don't have a draft neg deck yet, but based on the review of this environmental assessment form part 2, it appears that this would be going towards a neg deck, and that we, should we decide to approve this through a motion tonight, we could then also authorize the consultants to prepare a draft negative declaration expanding on these issues that were checked. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the EAF Parts 2 and 3 for the Johnson Trails 5-lot subdivision as discussed tonight, and authorize the chair to sign these?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
I second.
Robbie seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And any abstentions? That passes 6-0. Okay, we made some progress here tonight. So I guess I'll just go back to Dominic and John and see whether it looks like a green light for going ahead to prepare the draft neg deck based on tonight's discussion.
Yes, and I would actually, along those lines, I would suggest that a draft preliminary approval resolution be prepared whether, based on the applicant's resubmission, especially regarding the tree preservation plan, it may be in a position where the board could focus on that as well. There's no obligation to adopt it, but at least you would have it prepared at the same time as a negative declaration, so that you can consider it at next month's meeting.
All right, well, let's do the draft neg deck first. Would someone like to make a motion authorizing CPL to prepare a draft negative determination of environmental significance for the board's consideration at the January 12th, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
Second it.
Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 6-0. All right, would then somebody like to make a motion authorizing our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, to prepare a draft resolution of preliminary approval for the Johnson Trail subdivision for the board's consideration at the January 12th, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
Robbie moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that BJ?
Yep.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes 6-0. So again, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to move ahead with consideration of the draft neg deck at the next meeting, and then we'll see how it goes with the resolution of preliminary approval.
That's all I could ask.
You can leave.
I can leave.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.
Oh, you're welcome.
I understand. I get it.
You're welcome to stay, for that
right.
matter, too.
All right, thank you, folks. Have a great holiday, New Year's, all that good stuff.
Thank you, you
Okay.
too.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Alrighty. Okay, we're getting there. All right. The next item on the agenda is Fishkill Self-Storage Special Use Permit and Site Development Plan. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on November 23, 2022, and to discuss and/or review draft environmental assessment form Part 2, draft environmental assessment form Part 3, and draft positive declaration. So I just wanted to mention that we are very fortunate to have Liz Axelson from CPL here tonight to help us with the environmental review. And welcome, Liz. Glad to see you made it from your other meeting that you probably had to rush out of. And welcome, Mr. Glad. Before we get to some of the details, I had asked our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, to talk for a few minutes about the process and criteria for making seeker determinations. And, kind of going over some things like the difference between a pos deck and a neg deck, just kind of as a refresher. What are the steps in making a pos deck and requiring an EIS? What is scoping? What's a general time frame for EISs? What's the difference between a site-specific EIS and a generic EIS? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So how does 3 minutes sound?
That sounds a lot for 3 minutes, so let me focus on a couple really basic concepts that are, and I pardon me if I sound like I'm mansplaining to the board, because, obviously the board, deals with seeker as a routine matter in connection with all of these things, but sometimes it's helpful to focus on specific words in seeker regulation. Because they're really, every single word that was put into the seeker regulations was put so with great care and consideration. So, when you're dealing with a determination of significance, the regulations are found at 617.7 of the seeker regs. It starts right out, and it says that the lead agency must determine the significance of any type 1 or unlisted action in writing in accordance with this section. And then there's two options, right? There's one is to require an EIS, a draft environmental impact statement for a proposed action. The agency must determine that the action may include the potential for at least one significant adverse environmental impact. So just to focus on that for a second, it is the potential for an environmental impact which leads to the preparation of an EIS. It's not the fact that there will be a significant adverse impact, but at least one has the potential to exist. The other option is when you adopt a negative declaration. This is what the seeker regulations say. To determine that an EIS will not be required for an action, the lead agency must determine either that there will be no adverse environmental impacts or that the identified adverse environmental impacts will not be significant. So in that case, we're not dealing with potential, we're dealing with finding that there are no adverse environmental impacts, or that whatever environmental impacts there are, they're not significant. So at this point, the board has directed its consultants to prepare a Part 2 EAF, and you also asked for a draft positive declaration. And so you have that in front of you tonight. CPL has prepared that. I'm sure that Liz is here and prepared to discuss that as well. The applicant has also, having attended last meeting and heard the board direct that these documents be prepared, has gone ahead and also prepared their own version of a draft Part 2 EAF, as well as a draft negative declaration as well, in opposed to a positive declaration. At the end of the day, it's this board's determination regarding the Part 2. What you just went through for Johnson Trails, that Part 2 EAF, where you're defining whether or not there's going to be small or no impacts associated with various things, or whether or not they're going to be more significant than that, is this board's determination. It could be prepared by Ms. Axelson, it could be prepared by Mr. Glad, it could be prepared by myself, but it's the board going through it in what you determine controls how this process unfolds. Now, one of the things that the applicant has suggested is that it's premature to adopt a positive declaration. Now, it's kind of like an alternative argument, right? Because they're saying you should adopt a negative declaration, but if you don't adopt a negative declaration, you can't adopt a positive declaration. But that, in my opinion, is inconsistent with two things. And one is what I had just said, is that in order to adopt a positive declaration, you have to find that there's the potential for an environmental impact. And then secondly, earlier on in seeker, in the 617.3 general rules provisions, it says that agencies must carry out the terms and requirements of seeker with minimum procedural and administrative delay. Like, you're supposed to make these determinations early on in the process, or as soon as that you have the information. So whatever you decide, if you decide that there are no significant environmental impacts associated with this project, then adopting a negative declaration when you think that that's appropriate would be appropriate early on in the process. If, however, you think and believe that there are the potential for at least one significant environmental impact associated with this project, then adopting a positive declaration is entirely appropriate at the earliest stage. And if you do adopt, I could go on. So, I've taught classes on this subject, and of course, my wife suffers from insomnia, so she says, tell me about seeker, and then 10 minutes later, she's sleeping. So, in any event, if you do adopt a positive declaration, what that really means is that the applicant will be required to prepare an environmental impact statement. There's a draft environmental impact statement. There's also a scoping that's associated with that. The scoping is very helpful. It's mandatory now in this process, and it helps identify exactly what has to be evaluated for the project. And one of the most important things of the environmental impact statement process is that unlike the regular application process that results in a negative declaration, an environmental impact statement requires an applicant to evaluate alternatives, because there may be alternatives that are less impactful than what the applicant is proposing, and that's a real benefit of the EIS process. So, that said, I'm going to stop now, but I'm happy to address anything further that you have.
Well, maybe just one quick question, and it may not be as quick an answer, but could you just briefly tell us the difference between a generic environmental impact statement and a site-specific environmental impact statement, and how either one of those may or may not be applicable to this kind of proposal where we have the board would have to look at, through the special use permit process on the use issue, at comparing it with other uses on the site. Is that something that could be looked at in a generic way, knowing that there may be a whole range of other things that have to be looked at, other types of uses that have to be looked at on that site as alternatives?
It's an excellent question. It's not an easy answer, unfortunately. And the difficulty is and it's typically not used when you have an application for a specific project, but the difficulty here is that this is a application that for a use that's not specifically allowed in this zone, and that it's allowed by special permit, subject to this board's determination regarding certain provisions regarding the intensity and the similarity of uses to the other uses that actually are allowed in this zone. So in a sense, I think that there are some generic aspects to it where you're comparing this particular proposal to what other uses might be allowed in this zone. Bearing in mind, however, on the flip side is that the applicant's not proposing a hotel. The applicant is not proposing other things that are allowed in the restricted business zone. They are proposing self-storage. And in all fairness to the applicant, they're proposing self-storage because I think it would be fair to say that if they could develop the site with a hotel, they would propose a hotel. And I think that there was initial discussions, that's clear from the documentation submitted in terms of discussions with DOT, that there were initial discussions regarding a hotel, but DOT very clearly in 2019 said right in, right out only. And the challenge with that is that, this site is on Route 9 heading north, where the vast majority of everyone that lives in the metropolitan area lives south to this site, right? So, I mean, there are people that live north, but the metropolitan area, for the most part, is south to this site. So anyone that would be leaving this site, that would be looking to go back to the south, is going to have to figure out another way to get south rather than turning straight out onto 90. So that said, generic environment, to get back to your question, I think what would be appropriate here would be site-specific, because we have a specific proposal from the applicant, but there will be perhaps some generic aspects associated with it. If you were to classify this solely as generic, the difficulty there becomes, and that's usually in a situation where an applicant, is looking at a range of different options and not entirely sure exactly what's going to occur there based on market conditions. That is not necessarily, in my opinion, this situation, but I defer to the board's other consultants who may want to expand on that or have other rationales that the board might want to consider.
All right. Are there any other quick questions from board members before we move on to the actual proposal before us? I think that was very helpful, Dominic. I thank you very much.
I'm glad I didn't put you to sleep.
No, not yet. Shall we move on for now?
Yes.
All right. Well, again, welcome, Mr. Glad, and if you could just give us kind of a quick synopsis of your most recent submittal, the package that I looked at for about 5 hours today and went through it in a lot of detail. There was a lot of information in there. But what I did not do was I did not review your draft EAF very much because, and I'll just say, I would have to suggest to the board that it is not likely that tonight we are going to be able to make our way through either your version of a draft EAF or CPL's version, let alone making a neg or a pos deck tonight. I think this is to get us kind of started in the process and looking at what the best approaches are going to be for the board to take. So with that, why don't you just kind of give us a quick overview of what you've submitted.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And kind of where you saw tonight going is helpful for us, so I know it's late and I won't belabor too many points because I know there'll be more discussion on this.
Yeah.
So with me this evening is Rich D'Andrea from Colliers Engineering, and I was actually going to invite him up to talk about a bit about his traffic report and the findings therein, since so far to date that has kind of been the issue, and that was also the biggest report that we included in our last submission. So I'll turn it over to Rich.
Good evening. Rich D'Andrea, Colliers Engineering and Design. So, yeah, we submitted some updated traffic information in our November 22nd letter. In that letter, we went through some background information that we've discussed with your board previously about how we got to where we are with DOT and the right turn in, right turn out that that they indicated that they would prefer at this location. We also looked at the traffic volume information that we currently have for 9D in this vicinity. That data was previously collected in June of 2018. There's also DOT traffic volume data from 2019 that we also took a look at. Together with that and considering the most recent changes in traffic volumes due to COVID, and that things are currently progressing back to where they were back in 2018, 2019, we believe the traffic volume data that we have for Route 9D is fairly representative of what's there today. So we then got into the project traffic generation. So we're looking at a 51,000 square foot self-storage use. And in the table, the traffic generation comparison table in our study, yeah. All right, so this is on page 3 of our letter. We looked at, based on Institute of Transportation Engineers, we looked at various different potential uses on this site. Obviously, the self-storage use is the first thing that we looked at. And when you look at each of the weekday AM, PM, and Saturday peak hours, each of those peak hours show less than 10 vehicle trips total being generated by at this site for self-storage use. We then looked at some other potential uses on the site. It was determined that a 12-lot single-family subdivision might be a possibility. That would have a similar traffic generation, 8 to 11 vehicles, as you see in the table. We looked at the prior proposal for a 70-room hotel and 7,000 square foot restaurant that was previously reviewed with DOT. That was a significantly higher traffic generator based on DOT, with over 100 trips in those peak hours. We also looked at some other uses that are permitted within the zone, a general office building and a medical office building. Again, with both of those uses, you're approaching 100 or more trips during each of those peak hours. So you can see how other permitted uses would be significantly higher traffic generators, and we would still, I would think, with DOT, be limited to a right turn in, right turn out at this location based on what we've discussed with them and the traffic conditions in that vicinity.
The other big thing that we kind of took a look at during, as part of this updated information, was the accident analysis. We had collected accident data between January 1st of 2016 and March 22nd of 2022. That was what was most recently available. And we specifically looked at the intersection of 9D and Van Ness, which is the next intersection to the south, closest to the project. That's unsignalized location. And what we identified was that there was a total of 11 accidents during the 6+ year period that we were looking at there. And of those 11 accidents that we identified, 10 of them actually occurred between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m., which I think, if you know the area well enough, you understand the queuing that occurs from the 84 ramps there. That kind of makes sense based on what is occurring. 4 of the 11 accidents were identified as left turn or right angle accidents, which indicates that they were likely due to the queuing conditions that are currently experienced from 84 and the lack of a left turn lane on 9D for vehicles turning left into Van Ness. But based on those accidents, we also took a look at what the average accident rate is at that location, and compared that to statewide average accident rates for a similar type intersection. When we looked at that, the accident rate at that intersection is 0.21 accidents per millions of entering vehicles is the unit of measure that we use for this. And the statewide average accident rate is 0.19 for a similar type intersection. So basically, the accidents are similar to the average accident rate for a similar type intersection here. And with the project that we're proposing of a self-storage use, we don't see a significant increase in accidents at that location because we're not really generating a lot of traffic to add to that location. And I think the other piece of this, and the reason we looked at this was because I think there was a concern about, since we have right turn in, right turn out, U-turn movements might be a problem at that location. I understand the concern. Our feeling is that it's more likely that people will, if they're coming from the north, they will use the signalized intersection at Van Ness and other local roadways to get back to come northbound on 9D to get into the site, rather than trying to make a left turn into Van Ness where it's difficult to turn around as it is and come back up to the site. So we don't really see adding a lot of traffic to that intersection. And finally, I think our conclusion is really that the self-storage use, being the lowest generating use, is a good fit for this location as far as traffic is concerned. Happy to answer any questions.
One real quick question, it's probably easy to answer, is on your table of comparing different types of uses, you did pick a 12-lot subdivision, 12 single-family houses. I mean, it's pretty easy to calculate, but, based on numbers of trips generated by one single-family home, you could have used a different number for that subdivision. It could have been 5 lots, 6 lots, 7 lots, 10 lots, whatever. Any particular reason you decided to pick 12 lots?
I think that's what was determined. It could be subdivided into based on the requirements of the zone. I would imagine that if that was the route that we would go here, that anybody developing it would want to try to maximize the amount of units they could put on that property.
Okay. Any other questions so far?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. A truck comes off, or somebody coming off of 84, all right, and wants to use the storage, and they're in a truck. Where are they going to make the U-turn or make the left-hand turn to get back onto 9D going north?
Yeah, I think, the most likely location would be Verplank, the signalized intersection to the south.
Will they make the left-hand turn in the Plank, and then what do they do?
There's other local roadways that they could utilize to get back. You know, the other piece of that is the majority of traffic to self-storage uses is actually passenger cars. You know, there will be occasional trucks. Most of the time, they're not large trucks. They're moving trucks that are smaller box trucks that can more easily make turns on local roadways. So, you know, I don't see it being a regular occurrence where you have a large truck coming to this facility.
Well, my concern is, you know, how they do it. You know, I'm sure that most of those accidents that did occur at that intersection were probably just cars.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, and they're likely, the left turn accidents are likely residents turning into Van Ness, right, into where they probably live. My opinion is that that's not a great location to make a U-turn. I've been on that roadway myself. I've made the U-turn. It's a tight roadway. You have to pull into somebody's driveway. It's not a great location to make a U-turn, and I think it's preferable that anybody driving there would go down to Verplank and use the local streets to come back to 9D to get back to the northbound direction.
That's, of course, if they know the area.
Yeah, I mean, I just, with the traffic that exists on 9D northbound, especially during those afternoon peak hours, the driver is typically going to look for the easiest route, the less conflicted route to get to a location. So to me, going down to Verplank to make a left turn and another left and another left and then a right on local roadways will be the easier and less time-consuming movement. And the other piece of that is, you know, when you look at the traffic generation, even on a Saturday, we have 5 entering trips in the peak hour, right? So if we're saying, based on what we believe the distributions to be, it's probably about 60% of the cars from the north, 40% from the south. So you're talking about 3 vehicles in 1 hour that have to find another route to get back into the site. It's not a significant number of vehicles.
Well, I agree it's not a significant amount, but the traffic there is almost always backed up because of the light.
No, understood.
You're kind of trying to isolate it in a tunnel vision type of thing, but if you've been around here lately and more frequent basis, you know, the traffic going to the bridge, to the main back roads, and people going all around, everyone kind of tries to isolate it to like a certain thing, but it's like Fred said, you have to, if you drive it enough, you see it. So 3 cars trying to make, you know, U's and going back and forth, it just adds to everything else that is there already.
I understand the issues that are there today. I've been there a number of times myself. You know, I just go back to the fact that this is the lowest possible generating use that we could really be looking at. I mean, sure, we could do a 5-lot subdivision and maybe slightly less, but in reality, what are we changing? Because we're still with that development would likely be limited to right in, right out. So we still have an issue, a potential issue where people have to make a U-turn somewhere.
Well, I think the difference is people who live there will understand how they do it. But you're going to have how many units proposed for that site?
Do we know that number?
300?
We don't, I'm not sure of that number.
Even say if it's 100 units, you know, a small amount. Those people don't live there, don't use it all the time. I know I have an office on Route 9. The only way you can get in is, because it's a divided highway, go out one way and go in another. But it's not at a junction like this is.
Yeah, I mean, something else that we could propose to do is, provide information to people that are coming to the facility. So they're likely going to have a website or something that you can sign up for. Information can be provided. This is the route to get to the facility. Don't use, so that you're not, this is the easy way to get there. And we show them a map that says, go down to Verplank, come back up, if you're coming from that direction.
So let me just see if there are any other types of questions, because I want to go to Liz and give her some time to talk about what she put together for us. Can we do that now, or are there any other quick questions?
Oh, no, I'll always about it, Liz.
No, I understand. We're not trying to resolve.
I want to see what she has to say.
Yeah, we're not trying to resolve anything tonight, and it's definitely debate that we have to have further into the process. All right, I'm going to make an executive decision and ask Liz to tell us what you put together for us. You have a memo, you have some draft secret documents for us to take a look at. And
all right, so
tell us.
Good evening, my name's Liz. You've seen me before, I think, but it's been a while. I'm with CPL, and so I did kind of a broad brush review of the submitted materials because I was focused on the land use and zoning issues, and also very focused on the context of this particular site, and looking at the zoning and thinking to myself, well, it's restricted business, there's all these other uses that are allowed here, how come this is the use? And so that was really the focus of what I did. I didn't do a plan review because John had already done that, and there wasn't any new plan information. And also what we have is kind of conceptual. There's a lot of stuff missing. On the other hand, I kind of understand why, if there's this issue of the use that the applicants folks are facing, they might not want to dive in and go ahead and do all the grading and existing conditions and all that, because they have a big question mark of use, in my opinion, and based on your code. So that was a big focus of what I looked at. So you're not seeing a lot of review comments from me, and most of what I have to say is kind of in the draft SECRA positive declaration notice. So I can go through the EAF Part 2, but basically what I've tried to lay out in the SECRA positive declaration is to elaborate, mostly for the planning board's benefit, but also for the process itself and for the record, what is the logic of the zoning, why are zones where they are, and what uses are allowed in the various zones, to try to lay out, to try to emphasize that restricted businesses of the 6 residential zoning, non-residential zoning districts, they kind of go in order from, I would say, least intensive or more residential friendly for the first 3, and then the last 3 are a little bit more commercial friendly and a little bit more intensive, going down to industrial. So the restricted business zoning district is second in line, being one of the most restrictive non-residential zoning districts. So that kind of struck me initially. And your zoning really does have a logic, and that's why I tried to lay it out for you, so you can walk through it yourselves, as long as it doesn't, put you to sleep when you're reading it. But it really does have a logic. So I did a brief review, but really focused, I really tried to focus on what's proposed here, the rationale for why this I consider to be a non-permitted use should be considered on this site in the RB zoning district, an analysis of existing site and surrounding land use or the pertinent code provisions of the comprehensive plan. And just kind of going back to the generic, potential generic analysis, that's the nugget that I think will be the generic aspect of an environmental review if the board moves forward with a secret positive declaration. Because your code provides specific language that instructs the type of analysis that must be done in order to try to basically support a planning board deciding to grant a special permit to allow this use that isn't permitted in the zoning district. So I really, if I was going to be doing the analysis, I'd be looking at what are the uses that are allowed in the RB that could be done here. And not to go into too much detail, but in the RB district, all of the R15 uses are allowed, so those are kind of the most intensive residential uses. And those include residential, community, or religious uses, schools, day nurseries, libraries, museums, hospitals, nursing homes, convalescent homes, congregate care, medical and dental, design multiple use developments, conversion of existing buildings to two-family or multifamily, offices of studios, physicians, artists, etc., professional offices. And then in addition, so the RB zone permits all those R15 uses, and then in addition, the RB zone also permits other uses by special use permit, and those are all kinds of things: motels, hotels, resorts, recreation, cultural, professional offices, congregate care facilities, and restaurants, but not fast food. So there are a variety of uses, and that made me wonder how the storage use was decided upon, and I guess we'll find that out when the applicant's representatives do the analysis that I believe they would have to do to convince the board to do that. So I don't want to go into too much detail because you've already had a long meeting. And Jonathan, it was very helpful that you went over the first draft fully AF Part 2 that I did. So I'm going to just focus a little bit. There are some impacts on land, but these are the impacts on land might be large impacts, but we know so little about the site that we can't really determine that right now. I'm going to go right over to page 2. There's one impact there, continuation within or adjoining, construction within or adjoining freshwater or tidal wetland. We don't really know whether there's any wetland area on the site, but there are some soils that do show up as possibly contributing to being part of a wetland area. So that's another large impact, again, because we don't know that much about it. Impacts on groundwater are small impacts. And then I'm going to skip over to, again, impacts on plants and animals. That has to do with reduction or degradation of a habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species. This is page 4. That's a moderate impact also because we don't know how much wooded area there is. A related impact on top of page 5, the proposed action may involve extensive removal of vegetation, including wooded areas. What you see in aerial photography looks a little different than what you're seeing on the plan, so we need more information about that. So that's potentially large. And then moving on to page 6, impact on aesthetic resources. This is kind of a focus because I'm aware that this part of Fishkill and Beacon are kind of a walkable area. You have folks walking across the Newburgh-Beacon Bridge. I think a lot of walkers go back and forth across there. And maybe you have folks coming from Beacon going out that way, but there seems to be a certain amount of pedestrian traffic in that area. The bridge itself is a scenic resource. So, people go across the bridge because they have to commute or whatever, but they have the opportunity to look at the Hudson River and the landscape on either side, so that's important. So coming across there and seeing a storage structure might not be the most aesthetically consistent thing to put there. So that's marked as a large impact, and in that same impact on resources section of the full EAF Part 2, I've also marked the other large impacts that are related to that, visible from publicly accessible vantage points, viewers engaged while viewing the proposed action, routine travel or recreational tourism. There is a similar project, I think, within 1/2 to 3 miles. So in terms of demand for storage areas, there is one north of the site, not that far up the road. And then also, again, removal of vegetation would affect the aesthetics of the site and the surrounding area, because, that's the last bit of wooded green area in that area besides the golf course. Under full EAF Part 2, number 10, impact on historic and archaeological resources, I did note that when I went on to the Cultural Resource Information System, that there is already a consultation underway, which I believe must have been initiated. So there must be some study going on in response to whatever the New York State Historic Preservation Office, whatever information they had about the site, resulted in some archaeological sensitivity. And just a little aside, when I first was looking at this, I saw structures on there. In the aerial photography that's available even on Dutchess County Parcel Access, but when I looked at the property card, it said it was a vacant site, which had me scratching my head. And then I don't know if I talked to Debbie. Somebody told me, no, I think it was Jonathan, that those, whatever the structures, older house, barn and shed were already removed years ago, so. But there is apparently some archaeological sensitivity. And then I do note, this is another aspect of deliberation for the applicants, folks. The project is subject to review under the Code of the Town of Fishkill, Chapter 150, Section 150-137, Historic Structures and Site Regulations. And that little piece of zoning was designed to run concurrently with all the rest of your reviews. So they may already be pursuing that. Transportation, obviously we've heard some commentary about that, but the large impacts noted there would be existing pedestrian or bicycle accommodations, effects on those. Bless you. Bless you again. Alteration of the present pattern of movement of people or goods. Adverse impacts on traffic and access and circulation on New York State Route 9D and the Route 9D I-84 interchange area. Obviously, the impact of light, number 15, on the bottom of page 8, it has to do with the nearby residences and light shining onto adjoining properties, light creating sky glow. And then moving on to the last page of full EAF Part 2, consistency with community plans and consistency with community character. There are a number of large impacts noted there. The land use is different from or in sharp contrast to surrounding land use patterns. Inconsistency with local land use plans or zoning regulations because the use is not permitted. And the possibility to induce secondary development, residential or commercial development not included in the proposed action. So those are the community plan impacts. Community character, again, the proposed action may eliminate or replace facilities, structures, or areas of historic importance. Interference with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized designated public resources like the bridge and nearby walkways. Inconsistency with a predominant architectural scale and character, again, that pertains to the nearby. It's really surrounded on 3 sides by residential development. except for I-84 and some congregate care facilities to the north. And the proposed action is inconsistent with the character of adjacent and nearby residential neighborhoods again. So those were the big points. And I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to take a look at the draft secret positive declaration. And I don't know that it makes sense to go into any pointers on that or not. Jonathan?
Yeah, I'd suggest that board members take a look at it
Okay.
between now and the next meeting, because what, what I'm going to suggest, and I think Mr. Glad has suggested the same thing, that it really doesn't make a lot of sense to try to make any kind of environmental determination until the applicant has the opportunity to put together a more complete submission. And so you can get an idea of the types of things that Liz mentioned in the draft EAF as potential impact areas, can give you a good idea of the types of things that we're going to need to see. And then we've kind of given you a list anyway of the typical standard site plan and special use permit submission requirements.
And Jonathan, if I can just do one footnote, I
Sure.
understand that the traffic study, does seem to have an effect on the choice for the use, but of course there are other factors, so that's all.
Yeah, and the use issue really is a central key one for the board to consider in this whole seeker review process, and that's why it's not more difficult, but a little bit more complex than your typical application where you have a permitted use and you're, working everything around that. In this case, there are other uses that are permitted either by right or by special use permit. The planning board can make a determination based on going through the whole criteria in section 150-19B as to whether, it's not just a similarity test. It's also looking at the purpose of the district. It's looking at the impacts on surrounding uses like residential areas, and those are things that we definitely have in this area that we need to consider. So, I think the way that the EAF and the determination of significance is going to go is somewhere between what Mr. Glad suggested as a pretty straightforward neg deck and a rather complicated pos deck, which once we get a more complete submission, I think we're going to be able to focus in on a lot more, about what's going on and the way to proceed with it.
Sure, and I can just give you a quick update on that. Larry Padgey's office, as you know, is working on all the kind of typical site plan details. We finally got the topographic survey from our surveyor, so he is working on that. I guess one question I had for the board is, when do you want us back? I'm happy to come back, but I can't guarantee for January, but I can't guarantee we would have everything from Larry Padgey's office by then. But from what I heard from him, we should have it by the February submission deadline at the end of January.
I think I would shoot for that, because one
Instead of
thing we really don't like to see is piecemeal submissions, and
Exactly.
so if it takes till February to put together, all the things that you think are going to be necessary and that that we're going to want to see, I think February probably sounds more reasonable.
Okay, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been on your side of the table and had to say, we're not going to be ready next month. We're going to wait
Yeah,
2 months.
well, a lot of it's on the engineer, so I don't want to promise anything for them, because I'm not the one who has to do it,
Yeah.
so.
But I very much appreciate, Liz, you putting together these draft documents for us, because I think it gives the board a pretty good indication of, where we could be going, the direction that we may be going in. And I think what we're going to need to do is focus in on certain of the key, environmental issues that, once we have the necessary information, we'll be able to make a determination of whether they have potentially significant impacts or not.
There was one more nagging concept that I'm not exactly sure how it would be addressed in generic. But of course, looking ahead, depending on what determination is made, if a determination is made to give a special use permit for the storage use on this site, is there a question about if this can happen here, can it happen again elsewhere? And I guess that was sort of the generic look that was going around in my head. So, and I'm not asking for an answer now, but if you could, Mr. Cordisco, if you could take a look into that. Shed some wisdom on that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and I think very practically, though, the RB district, I think there's only like maybe one other vacant undeveloped property, so.
I think you had initially, and back several months ago when you first made some submissions, had done kind of an outline overview of other RB districts and what, their potential development might be, so.
Yep. Yeah, we had gone through and we had looked at the actual development because actually most of the RB district properties in the town are already developed, so we didn't really have to look at it in a conceptual sense. We could actually compare it to what exists. So we had done that at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and I saw that, and the other thing I don't know is, obviously don't know the private process with your client, if they had looked at any of the sites that do allow storage. So that's another question, but I didn't really think it was appropriate to throw that in the mix. So.
Yeah.
But it is kind of implied when you think about where it is allowed, so.
Okay, so I think that gives us some idea of direction to go in.
Yep.
All right.
Well, I don't have anything further, so
okay.
We'll start working on that full, complete submission.
So one thing I did want to mention, I think you probably have seen Joel Petrus's determination on the area variance question.
Yes.
So now we have both Dominic's opinion and Joel's interpretation that an area variance would be required. Again, it's up to the applicant, but it probably doesn't make a lot of sense to necessarily rush into an application to the ZBA for the area variance until we at least have, more information put together on the site plan and special use permit, but
I agree.
I'll leave that up to you.
I agree.
I do have to say that Mr. Petrus was much more succinct than I was.
And I do know, though, because I had talked to Joel, that he did, although he didn't refer to your memo specifically, he did review it and was fully aware of what was in it.
Yes, but I think he said it in one sentence rather than.
But I think it's good to have the.
It's a great skill.
The backup that you provided, Dominic, so that was very helpful. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good night.
Well, it is getting kind of late, but since we have Liz here, I'm hoping we could do a very quick and dirty discussion on the last item on the agenda, which is the referral of the comprehensive plan update to the planning board. So if you'd be willing, Liz, and if
I'll try to give my best,
if people are willing to stay for another few minutes.
Yeah, let me see if I can do this. Oh no, here she goes again. So, I'm going to try to make this a short story. So the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee had started to meet in September of 2021, and they were continually providing all kinds of ideas about issues and concerns. They collaborated, created a survey questionnaire, and got it out in spring. In the meantime, they continued working on the comprehensive plan update. And where we're at now is that the committee felt it was ready for prime time, which means that the town board, who is an actual voting agency, the committee is not, the committee doesn't vote, they meet, they share ideas, they worked up this plan. The town board heard their presentation, I think, October, mid-October, and then they came back in mid-November, correct me if I'm wrong here on any of these details, and we were ready to, the town board was ready to initiate the secret review of this by determining themselves lead, I believe, and making a secret positive declaration, because the comprehensive plan update is such a large-scale effect that it deserves a positive declaration, which they did. And I prepared an outline, a scoping outline, basically, and jump in here if I'm going off the chain with SECRA. The scoping outline basically says these are the things we need to talk about in a draft generic environmental impact statement to take a look at the potential impact of this comprehensive plan update. So we have that. And last but not least, we have a 45-page plan. It's all text. We don't have any pretty pictures in it yet. But it's, in my opinion, a grittier comprehensive plan update than I've ever worked on, because it really has a lot of specific objectives of things to do in specific places in the town. And so there are a lot of projects in here, but nice and specific, so that, for example, if the town decided to pick one of the lengths of sidewalk and say, that's a priority, let's build those sidewalks, let's start getting funding that we need to design the layout and the type of sidewalk and pursue some funding. There's some real good specific stuff in here in hopefully an adopted plan, which gives you a certain amount of points when you're applying for funding for these things. So, and in any case, the other flip side, just for example on the sidewalk thing, is that if the planning board's reviewing something and they say, well, you need to put sidewalks on the front, and if there's any pushback, you say, well, there's a general plan, because I'm sure you get the sidewalk to nowhere thing. Anyway, that's just an example of the types of specifics that are in here. So have a look through, maybe jot down some questions. There is going to be a scoping session, I think it's December 21st.
21st, yes.
Is it? And we may or may not get comments on the scope. I think the county will have a few things to say, Dutchess County will. And so the point of that session is to provide comments about what things we think you need to address in your EIS that you didn't list in your scoping outline. It's very possible that folks will come to the meeting and ask just general questions and make general comments. And then further down the line, there will be a complete EIS, and there will be a public hearing set to comment on the EIS, but more importantly, in my opinion, to comment on the plan. See what other people, what people think, what other ideas they might have, what refinements they may have to the ideas that are in this plan. So that's where we're at. Was that good? Was that quick enough?
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay.
I would recommend that board members take their time, but look through the draft plan update document that's in the packet that you got. And probably public hearings on that won't be until, probably February-ish or something like that.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
At this point, if the board would like to, what I'd suggest we could do is just send a very short statement from the board back to the town board saying something like, sending a supportive comment to the town board on the overall progress of the CPU draft and the proposed secret process, and the draft scoping outline for a generic EIS looks fine to us, just so that, they have something. It's, Fred and I have been participants on the committee, and so we're very familiar with, and I think pretty happy with the way the plan update has gone to this point. So it's really good to see it in the, starting to go into the seeker process. So, does the board have any questions or comments? And if you'd like, we could put what I kind of said there as a motion to send some quick, short, supportive statement to the town board, if you like. What do you think?
Did anybody read it?
Did we read, yeah, other than Fred and I, did anyone look at the scoping document, at the scoping outline?
You know, if you haven't read it, we can always do this at the next meeting too, but we
Well,
really wish you would, you know.
For the scoping session itself, though, I'm not talking about, did you review the plan document itself? I'm just suggesting on the overall process and on the scoping outline, which is pretty standard in terms of, I think it's kind of just taking, not quite verbatim, but pretty close to that from what, the seeker regs suggest you do in a GEIS scoping outline. And it is a generic EIS, so it's, that's what seeker kind of calls for with a comp plan update like this.
One thing I would like to say, though, looking ahead toward the public hearing, because you're all dealing with this month to month, you're dealing with what is being built in the community and how it's being built and what are areas of concern in the community. You know the town better than anybody and how it's developing. So, if you have comments about anything that you think is missing in the plan, those are important thoughts. Or what are some areas of concern that, should be addressed in an EIS? Big areas of concern that you're running across repeatedly. Those kinds of things. You kind of have your finger on that pulse, so.
So if somebody would perhaps like to make a motion to, I could put together a very short letter with Debbie's help to send to the town board in time for the scoping session, which is again December 21st, just indicating that the planning board is supportive of, the progress on the plan draft process and the proposed seeker process with a generic environmental impact statement being involved, and the draft scoping outline for a GEIS looks good. I'll ask a motion to that. Oh, okay. That's Bob. Thank you, Bob. Is there a second to that?
Second.
BJ seconds it. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, I will work with Debbie on that, and we'll get something out. All right. Anything else that board members would like to bring up at this late hour?
I have one motion.
Well, before you make a motion, I would just like to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody.
Yeah, happy holidays.
And I think your motion probably goes without saying.
Let's go home.
So moved.
Spoken motion is second.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, I know.